Take your time.
Well, Bo Van Pelt's still a long way to go here. 268, just an iron. Trying to find a spot to hit his fourth from.
Hold on.
All right, so that will be 4 coming up from there. He'll have to get it up and down to save par. He thought the tee shot had ricocheted off these trees, these hardwood trees that line the fairways. If you get it up into the branches, it can go anywhere. He thought it had come backwards into the pond that fronts the third green. Truly an international affair, these World Golf Championships. 31 Americans in the field. See 7 from England. 1 apiece. My favorite part is down at the bottom. 1 apiece. Can you name the Argentinian? Can you name the Belgian?
The Argentinian I got.
All right.
Angel Cabrera.
All right. I'll buy that for $1.
And the Belgian would be Nicholas Colsaert.
There you go.
Denmark.
Denmark.
That would be Torbjorn.
Thunder Bear is in the field. Mikko Ilonen from Finland. I'll handle that one. Germany. A PGA champion, Travis. Martin Keimer, good answer. How about the Irishman?
my microphone was off.
Right. He said it. He wrote it down. He risked it all as well. We just saw the lone Irishman in the field with Shane Lowry. South Korea. I'm assuming it's KJ Choi.
Yeah,
I haven't seen KJ this
Choi.
week. It's not KJ Choi. Oh, so there you go. That's your trivia to work on here in our live ad coverage.
Our first 2 glove sighting.
There we go.
Tommy Gainey.
I think Tommy was expecting that to turn a little right to left off the tee and didn't do that. One of my favorite finishes
It
on
is
tour.
wild, Travis, and that finish varies depending on the speed that he goes through the golf ball. Now, talk about speed. This young man can seriously move the golf ball, Nick Colsaert.
Gainey is not short, but he's not going to get to any of Colsaert's drives today. This one left. That may have gotten all the way out into the third fairway. Not sure.
So the South Korean was Sangmoon Bae.
Of course.
Yeah. Just to get in on the action.
Attaboy. All right, the saga of Bo Van Pelt continues. He was left where Colsaert's is. This is his 4th. And he is still working. Back off the green. He'll be pitching for par. And you see Stephen Gallagher down in the front left green side bunker. There are 2 of them. This is the one that's farther away from the putting surface. There's a good look.
The long bunker shot, always a tough one, and especially now that the flag is cut well above him.
Very nice. That for birdie for Gallagher.
You know, those are shots you got to hit just about perfect if you're going to get those types of results. You know, as you get closer, a little bit more room for error. You know, you can hit the kind of the chunk and run and get away with it. But as you start getting further away there, you got to, the point of entry has to be perfect, and that was well done right there.
Made the cut at the British Open, tied for 21st there. Lost in the first round of the Accenture Match Play Championship and tied for 53rd at Doral at the Cadillac Championship. Those are the 3 PGA Tour appearances this year for Stephen Gallagher. All on the world stage. A Now Van Pelt has decided to go with the putter here.
Well, he's made a mess of this hole, starting with the tee shot, way left, a poor second. You know, he didn't get himself back in position on the second shot, had to lay up with the third, another poor wedge shot to here. At this point, he's looking for a 2-putt bogey and take his medicine and move on.
You can see just how much fringe he has to come through. Not bad, but not enough. That's going to be the day's first bogey at the par 5 second. And with a short field, there may not be too many others.
And I think for our viewers at home, Mark, the lesson there is to minimize the damage. You know, poor first shot. You know, your second shot, you're clearly just trying to get it back out and play. You know, be conservative there so you can get it out there. Maybe don't try to bite off too much as far as the window there in between the trees. You compound the problem. Easy hole like the second, you make a 6. Probably feels like a double bogey to him right now.
Gallagher for birdie. Just dripping over the left edge, but not falling. Par for Steven. He's 3 back. Now Bo Van Pelt, this for bogey. There you go. Couldn't move the second shot very far and was scrambling the rest of the way. Landing area here at number 2 is narrower than it looks on television. Matter of fact, all the fairways here maybe a little tougher to hit than you might think. See the courses with the fewest fairways hit last year. Waialae is tight. The Olympic Club, none of them were flat. You can hit a lot of fairways there and not hold any of them. Of course, Quail Hollow will host a major championship here in another few years. This is right up there with some of the toughest.
We might have a ball coming that way. Well, maybe not.
Right after Tommy Gainey laid up, he drove it in a deep right fairway bunker. Nick Colsaerts is now in the left rough as the fairways played on number 3.
I think he's playing up the 3rd hole.
Appears so, Brian.
Not sure he's attempting to get to the 2nd hole just yet. No, indeed, he plays it up the 3rd fairway. I was wondering why Bo Van Pelt didn't try that. That's in the fairway, but it's in the fairway at the 3rd. Awkward angle, but the lie should be good. So Colsaerts will have to send his caddy up to get that number manually. Those sprinkler heads aren't measured to that green. there's Nicholas Colsaerts over in the third fairway as we watch our live at coverage of the par 5 second. Don't have a number on him yet. Going to be somewhere in the 100-yard range, though, Mark.
Definitely. It's been an adventurous hole for Colsaerts thus far. He's playing up number 3 and is actually waiting for the players coming down the third hole so he can play his third shot approach to this par 5 green.
Yeah, there's Gallagher and Van Pelt. Now, Bo Van Pelt, wonder why he didn't think to play down the third. There's a lot of roots in these trees. He may not have been able to get a club on the ball and play it down the third.
He may be remiss walking by Colsaerts going, well, why didn't I think so? Obviously, Van Pelt making the bogey on that par 5. Colsaerts referencing a ledge that's just to the right side of this flag. It's about 15 feet to the right of this flag. If he can put the ball on that ledge, it will definitely feed its way back to the back left hole location.
It comes backwards and hops its pitch mark.
Greens look like they're freshening up speed-wise a little bit as they begin to dry. This green's getting a little bit more sun, so it'll start firming up a little bit. And they definitely are picking up a little speed.
That left for birdie for Colsaerts. Now here's Tommy Gainey's third from 101. And out of the rough, no problem with the spin for 2 gloves. Gainey needs a week. A big one here the next couple of weeks as he's outside the playoff picture right now. Here's Poulter now on the tee at the second. Might have caught that first fairway bunker down the right-hand side. We saw it bounce once. There's a good look from the tee. There are 3 fairway bunkers, and Mark, that's a narrower target than we thought.
It really is. You know, it's deceptive, this hole. It plays so easy, and but it definitely asks questions of the tee. Players have to fit the tee shot into a narrow area there. A little right-to-left ball flight preferable.
Streelman. Only 138th in driving distance for the season. But that one right down the middle.
And they'll be in the go zone. Most players that have managed to put the ball in this fairway have been able to take advantage. So Streelman in good shape.
And back up to the green, Colsaerts. The star of the Ryder Cup, at least in day 1, Medina.
He is an impressive young man to me this week. He came out onto the European Tour a few years back and was still a little young, didn't fulfill the promise that everyone expected, but you know, he's managed to figure things out, and he's just got a good head on his shoulders, got a complete game, and when he gets going in the right direction, look out.
Now, Colsaerts is a PGA Tour member, and he also has some work to do. He is Mr. 125 in FedEx Cup points. Right on the playoff bubble with just a couple of events to go. But he'll get points this week.
He will. And this is a putt that a lot of players have struggled with. It's more uphill than they think, and the ball typically come up short. Not for Colsaerts, though. Ball takes a look in the left edge, and that should be a par 5. So considering the adventure he had down number 3, he'll move on to the third tee with a sigh of relief.
Would have been a heck of a birdie. Check that putt out again from behind the hole.
He would have thought that was in a few feet short of the flag. I think Colsaerts was looking at that one with a lot of excitement. They just nosedived across the front edge of the hole. This birdie putt that Gainey has got here also moves quite a bit from right to left. There's a lot of influence from the back portion of this green. And all the putts, Brian, we've seen from here have missed on the low edge.
middle of the pack in putts per green in regulation this year, 77th.
And there's another one across the bottom edge of the hole. There's a lot of movement from back to right, and as these greens begin to pick up speed, I expect that to start to happen a lot more later in the day.
Getting late in the season as well. Give you an idea of what these players might expect from that range. That was 20 to 25 feet. Tommy Gainey's only made 6 putts that long all year.
He actually talked to that point at the Greenbrier when he came out. He got off to a blistering start over there, and he said to us, he's like, you know, if I can make putts, I can compete with anyone. And he did reference the fact that the putter had let him down for the bulk of the season.
Hole starts for a par. And now he'll get to go play the 3rd hole again. He's already seen some of it. He stays even. Henrik Stenson, the leader, at 3 under. He came through with the perfect start. Birdie eagle. There you see our next group, also both at even par. Poulter missed the fairway to the right and has laid up. And now Kevin Streelman.
Fairway middle here, ball above the feet. So this should move a little bit from his right to his left. There's a TV tower right that splits the back of the green in half, and you'd think he'd be looking at that TV tower and just hoping for a little right to left ball flight movement on this.
Left.
Well, that ball hit hard and has come all the way down the hill.
That's going to be a tough spot to play from over there. It's got a lot of rough to negotiate, and that flag's cut only 4 paces from the edge of the green, so it's going to be a difficult ask for Streelman on the 2nd hole.
Lie's good. We'll see what he can do from there. Streelman chased the Marshall all the way down the hill. A purpose pitch at the 2nd hole. We'll see what he does next. Back with you here in the opening round from Firestone. Ian Poulter's 3rd from 117.
Come on, win. 4 or 5 passes.
Poulter knew exactly what he was looking for there, asking for 4 or 5 behind the flag. Knew the ball was going to come back. Spun a little bit more than I think he would have, but he's got a putt that he can really charge there, putting straight back uphill for a birdie.
All right, Kevin Streelman has made it up to his ball. This is long and left to a back left hole location. That's the entrance to the third tee.
I find the shot selection interesting here, Brian. He's got the lofted wedge laid wide open. There's some overhanging trees he has to negotiate there too, so should have decent passage, but it's in a walkway there where the players have walked off, so he's also playing against the grain of the grass, which makes that shot tougher. You can see the overhanging hardwoods there that he has to thread the ball between to get to that tight right-hand hole location.
There's our cameraman there who had perfect position when they had to move him. That's when you know you're in a good spot, when they move you.
Absolutely.
If you don't get moved, you're not doing something right.
Happens to me in radio quite often. I have the player look over at me. Could you move over just a touch? I think why he's also looking aerial is there's that area of thick rough there that he was just standing in. The ball's just not going to move forward up the hill, so he's looking over the top of that and may even try and use some of that slope that's behind the flag as he plays it to just hold the ball.
Well, now those guys got moved. All right, what is Streelman going to try here? Going low, and it works out.
That was sensational from there. Looked aerial first, then decided to go in lower. Just skirted that thick rough, got it to land in the fringe. That's good touch from the young man from there.
Probably didn't hit that shot in a practice round, but he'll have a birdie putt coming up. Back on the tee, Russell Henley.
Georgia Bulldog gives it a ride.
And up the right-hand side. Looks like that has missed the fairway, but there's a one hump that we can't quite see there. Now Peter Hansen.
Impressive striker of the ball, Peter Hansen. Shows up in big tournaments. You know, he hits the ball well, controls his distance very, very well. So Firestone, a good venue for him. And a nice tee shot there. Right up the right side. A lot of the players expecting a slight right to left breeze to bring the ball back to left a little bit.
Back up at the green. Birdie putt for Ian Poulter. Never dropped left. We talked about Nicholas Colsaerts a couple of groups ago. Here's another guy that is a totally different player in Ryder Cup competition.
Such an emotional character too, you know, that sort of the match play format is so good for his type of personality. He really gets into it, loves the mono nature of the thing, and he gets that wild look in his eyes that disguises it some with his shades over there, but he really gets into it and loves the competition, loves the energy and the excitement of it.
Fiery character now makes his home in the Orlando area. What an up and down this would be for Kevin Streelman.
This putt has been missed low, Kevin. Keep it up there. Oh, just topples in the front edge. That is an incredible up and down there, Brian. That reminds me of your sort of skill from back left of that par 5 green.
Oh, sure. Kevin Streelman is 8th in FedEx Cup points. The playoff run looming. Poulter, no problem with the comebacker there for par. So Streelman to 1 under, 2 behind Henrik Stenson as they head off to the third. And for Kevin, it's back to the third. Russell doesn't like it. He understands it, but he doesn't like it here, Mark.
Beautiful lesson to the strategy, though. You could hear his caddy saying, Russell, if we hit the ball this distance, you're going to leave yourself in this sort of range. So from there, I think the entire thing's governed by the lip.
Can you see that tree out there in the middle? Yeah. All right.
That's more club than the caddy was talking about.
Henley, an aggressive player, though. When he hits it hard, he hits it high. You know, he can get the ball up into the air pretty quick. He's going to need to make clean contact here for his second.
He went down and got it. May have had the same result that he would have had with the sand wedge, as that ball is now coming back at him. But he's safe. And now trapped in the bunker because Peter Hansen's right next to him. 241 for Peter Hansen.
Well, a little bit above the feet, little right to left, help out of the breeze. Fairway metal for the big Swede. Love his action, so balanced, so poised all the time.
And that will hang on.
Appears like the Swedes have got the second hole figured out. Henrik Stenson before he made the Eagle 3. Now Peter Hansen in position.
Hansen on in 2, trying to chase down Stenson, who leads by 1 at the Bridgestone Invitational. Boy, Russell Henley has left himself a long way back. Saw the Nikon Callaway rangefinder at 171.
Playing uphill too, so we'll be playing a little longer than that, Brian.
And it doesn't get all the way up there. Nestles in between cuts too. The hits keep on coming for Russell Henley here at the third. Or excuse me, at the second. There's the third in the background. There's Poulter. That a moment ago. And Peter Hansen with a nice walk. No club necessary.
You know what, the no club is one thing, but it's always nice to make that long stroll with a putter in your hand too.
Yeah.
Surprised he didn't use the putter to use it as a bit of a walking stick up. It's a pretty sharp hill up this par 5 for the second, and It's early in the round, I'm sure. He's full of energy.
It would help you with the pitch mark also. I mean, that could be smoother. Lee Trevino said happiness is a long walk with a putter.
I can sympathize with that statement, absolutely.
Oh, there you go. Caddy's going to fix the mark. Well, that's nice. Well, Peter Hansen playing a limited schedule this week. He's 140th in FedEx Cup points. Let's take a look at the top of the list. Tiger the leader, but Matt Kuchar is within a win. 550 points for a win this week. So if Kuchar wins, he would move to number one, most likely. Depends on where Tiger finishes. Brandt Snedeker has won a couple of times now. Phil Mickelson also within a win for the number one spot in the FedEx Cup points list. Horschel and Rose, winners this year. Bill Haas as well. And somewhere there you can just see a corner of Russell Henley's golf ball and give you an idea of the lie, because the ball is round, it doesn't have corners.
Tough shot for Henley. He has got to negotiate that thick rough. It's actually the thick, that rough right there that he's standing in, Brian, is the thickest rough around this green. So we'll have to be really clean with the contact here as far as possible. You can see Club got hooked up by that thick stuff over there as he rehearses what happened. So he'll be working hard for a par here on the par 5, Henley.
Go back to the second shot. Caddy was trying to tell him to hit the sand wedge out. Just hit it 100 yards and you'll have a 9-iron left. He tried to go with the 9-iron first. Barely got out of there. Spun it back kind of a long way in. We talked about Peter Hansen being 140th in FedEx Cup points. Here are some of the guys that need to get moving this week. They're all here. How about Paul Casey?
Surprised that, isn't it? He's such a quality player. Won over in Europe earlier in the year, so back to some of his best. So, you know, you look for Paul Casey to play well around a course like this. He's also a long, good ball striker.
Been hurt for so long, now healthy. But Gainey, outside of the top 125. Keimer, not in the playoff race yet. Hansen will play next week also. That's going to help. Next week at the PGA Championship, a big points pool. FedEx Cup points, 600 to the winner, as that purse is increased as it's a major. And then the week after that at the Wyndham Championship, that's it. That's the cutoff.
Got to start getting your skates on this time of the season, and this long eagle attempt will certainly help affairs for Peter Hansen. A lot of movement from right to left on this speed control paramount. He has to crest a slope that's midway along this putt.
Third best putter on tour from outside 25 feet. And he shows it there, no problem for Peter Hansen. Was contending at the Masters last year. Deep into Sunday. Had the 54-hole lead walking off, or had the third round lead walking off the 53rd hole there at 17 on Saturday. Hansen has a birdie putt to get to 1 under. Countryman Henrik Stenson, 3 under. A couple others have charged out to 2 under. And Henley misses the par putt. So we've had 2 bogeys already.
Really surprising that he's an aggrieved young man as he makes his way to the 3rd.
Easiest hole on the golf course last year and doesn't surrender too many bogeys for the week. That's the 2nd bogey of the day.
Now Hansen just cleaning up from 3 feet for a birdie here. Wonderful with the pace control on that eagle attempt. Not too much in this birdie putt, just a little right center and up the hill for Hansen.
And they flip-flop. Hansen to 1 under. Henley goes back to even. Hansen 2 back of Stenson. At a World Golf Championships event, the Bridgestone Invitational Round 1 continues. Well, we've put 25% of the field through this par 5 second hole already. As we await the groups now, the first group that started off at number 10, so with a quarter of the field through, we can take a look at how the numbers are. Traditionally, the easiest hole on the golf course, now the third easiest. But, Mark, we had a couple of bogeys in that first quarter of the field.
That really is surprising, and I'm looking at the numbers here too. 33% of the field had a cut at the green in two. Three of the 9 that have gone through there. And the closest long-range approach shot that someone has hit has been Henrik Stenson to 31 feet, which he made for the Eagle. So there's been a little bit of everything going on, but you would still think that number 2 will play the easiest for the day.
All of these numbers come to us through our scoring system. The folks at CDW work so hard to put together the ShotLink system week in and week out. Amanda Balionis looks behind the scenes.
The numbers that are gathered week in and week out on the PGA Tour are so important to not only the media, but the fans. For instance, everyone wants to know how many greens in regulation did Phil Mickelson hit last week? Or who had the longest drive on the PGA Tour? Most likely Bubba Watson. All of that comes from this truck right here. ShotLink, powered by CDW, is the only place to get all of those numbers that go internationally. And we're about to take you inside all the action. So this is where all the magic happens, and joining me now is the ShotLink coordinator, Jason Larson. And Jason, this is such a huge process. We see these numbers go all around the world, but it seems like just a few people in here are getting the work done.
Yeah, more or less. We have about 14 staff members on site each week. This room right here is our central nervous system of ShotLink. It's basically where we make sure everything's running correctly.
I think the collaboration between CDW and the PGA Tour and the ShotLink team has been fantastic, and there's been all sorts of unanticipated benefits. So initially, ShotLink was really designed to be a system that captured data for historical purposes, but it's now being used by players to improve their game and really figure out where to focus when they're practicing. one of the things that CDW is doing now to ensure that that kind of continues is also augmenting the PGA Tour IT staff when necessary by using CDW professional services.
What's the first thing I should know about your area?
This is really the central nervous system here. This is the server rack. Inside this rack we have some IBM servers running a variety of ShotLink applications that do everything from just keeping track of the scores to doing all the math involved in the laser system. CDW wanted to make a big impact when they came in, and they did. We did basically a complete overhaul of the server area, which was the most important part of the truck. It takes a lot of processing power and a lot of networking power to pull this thing off every week.
CDW ensures the 256,000 pieces of data collected each week gets uploaded in real time, all collected with handheld devices and laser rangefinders.
This is one of our fairway lasers that we have set up at every landing area in the fairway. And what happens is a group is displayed on the GPS unit here. Once that group, a player from that group hits on the tee, a walking score hits shot hit on their device, and in turn that sends a message to our laser operator. And at that point the laser operator will actually shoot this laser. If they get the ball in the crosshair, they'll actually shoot the rangefinder at the ball. They hit enter, and it's sent to our truck in seconds where they will validate it.
Providing fast and accurate data around the world for the over 1.3 million shots hit each year on the PGA Tour is no small task. A team of producers validate every shot, finding solutions for every hurdle along the way.
One of the examples that I would be looking at during the week is this is Sergio Garcia on 10. The walking score has said that he hit it, his drive in the fairway, but our laser operators came up with it in the bunker. So my job is to find out which piece of information is correct. I can call the walking score on the radio or the laser operator and find out a grid coordinate, which is just they're looking at a map that's printed, and we can verify it, you know, to make sure the laser was accurate.
This amazing technology is nothing new for the PGA Tour team. They've been teamed up with CDW since 2008, finding solutions to every problem along the way and delivering a quality product incredibly fast thanks to CDW technology.
Over the course of the last several years, we've been able to improve the fan experience by delivering data more quickly to both broadcasters, the website, PGATour.com, and the world, really.
So very true. Mark, we use this every week. There's the ShotLink tower by our green here at the second. Volunteer ready to go with his laser beam.
Such useful information. I find myself living almost vicariously through a few of my clients that play. When I'm not there, you always log in onto the shot tracker to see how things are going along, and then you have the debrief after you've seen where the players have hit their golf balls during the round.
I've been fortunate enough to broadcast other sports during the ShotLink era and before. This is the single greatest in-game tracking system out there.
It is
nothing better.
It is truly incredible, and the work that goes into there, the volunteers week in and week out. It is a long job because you're out there from morning till afternoon tracking shots, and kudos to the volunteers as well. I mean, obviously the staff behind the scenes do a wonderful job, but the volunteers are out there, you know, sacrificing their time and making it possible for all us fans to keep up with what our favorites are doing.
According to ShotLink, Henrik Stenson has the lead. A birdie eagle start, and he's leading by 1. A beautiful look across the fairway at the par 5 second, with a quarter of the field having played already. In this opening round of the World Golf Championships Bridgestone Invitational, Brian Katrick, Mark Immelman with you. Travis Fulton from the PGA Tour Academy will be back with us. We've seen those pesky front left greenside bunkers come into play a couple times, Mark.
They've seen a little action down there, and all the players that have hit the ball into that bunker shows you what I know. I thought that that bunker that's just short of the green would have been okay to get out of, but the guys that have been in those front greenside bunkers have had a very tough time. We have not seen anyone get it up and down out of one of those bunkers yet.
Henrik Stenson, the leader. A birdie eagle start. We had a quarter of the field start over on the front nine as well. Tiger birdied that, starting on the back nine, he birdied that 10th hole, dropped another shot, but has picked up another shot, so he's back to 1 under. Tiger, a winner here already 7 times. This is his 14th try. Jack Nicklaus was here earlier in the week, named an ambassador of golf. I think we already knew that, but it's always nice to get another award. Jack won here 6 times in 21 tries. Got to imagine Tiger will have more tries. Will he have more wins? Some of the other numbers. Tiger with a better scoring average.
I do find the bottom stat interesting. They both had 33 rounds under par. Yet total score, Jack is 56 over to Tiger's 84. That's...
Yeah, I think that's actually supposed to be 56 under.
Okay, 56 well, that makes a bit
over,
more sense now.
Yeah, 56 over in 21 events isn't going to win very often.
Jack was either incredibly under when he was under or incredibly over when he was over.
It's hot and cold with that guy. But even 56 under is what that should have read, and that's still a very good comparison. Always nice to put those two head-to-head, as that's the way Tiger has done it all of his career.
And isn't it just always the conversation, you know, even when Tiger, although he hasn't won a major championship in the last few tries here, there's still that 18 major championships of Jack hanging overhead. It's always the conversation when Tiger gets into contention, you know, someone brings up the Jack number and Tiger's getting to 15, and so... You know, I think we're going to hear about that for a while still to come.
Another crack at major championship number 15 comes next week at Oak Hill. And the world will be watching. Our first group in this morning wave that started off the 10th hole will make their way to the second. When we come back, live at coverage, the World Golf Championships Bridgestone Invitational. Henrik Stenson, the leader of this World Golf Championships Bridgestone Invitational. A light breeze picking up, helping the players at this par 5 second hole. Brian Katrick, Mark Immelman with you. Live at coverage of the par 5 second. Well, if you win a World Golf Championship event, look at what you get. Specifically this one, you get the rest of 2013. You'll move all the way through 2016 with your exempt status. 550 FedEx Cup points to the winner. You get to play next week if you weren't already in. Get to play in the HSBC Champions as well this fall. And look at all the events that you get in 2014, Mark.
Absolutely. To the victor go the spoils. But I'll tell you what jumps out to me there is those 550 FedEx Cup points at this stage of the game, this late in the season. That is either going to spur someone at the top of that FedEx Cup points chart well up there, or help someone along like a Peter Hansen, who we chatted about earlier, to vault him into contention for those playoffs.
Whoever wins, it will be a memorable moment. Let's take a look back at some of the other memorable moments in the history of this event.
Firestone is a really tough golf course, tee to green. You have to really be focused tee to green.
It's just one of those old-style golf courses. A little bit of elevation, dog legs left and right, and a few long par fours thrown in there.
You have to strike the ball well as well as putt well, so it tests all facets of your game.
He had this twisting downhill side-hill putt from 16 feet for another birdie. That was Jack's fourth one-putt green in a row, and it propelled him 5 shots ahead of his closest challenger, Hale Irwin, and a 5-under par 275 total that was 4 strokes better than Irwin.
And here he is, the 24-year-old wonder from San Sebastian, Spain.
He carries his hands low like Seve.
And he putts like Seve.
It was just exquisite because we know on the south course at Firestone that's not an easy golf course, so to shoot 61 was a particularly great score.
Seeing history made, and I'm glad we've been able to do this.
I don't know if it's historical, but I know I broke all the records, I think. It's always nice to have those kind of records on your side.
He has lapped the field 3 or 4 times over.
That is starting to get into bullfight business. Olays. That is absolutely letter perfect.
I cannot believe that I'm looking at Firestone Country Club, a score of 18 under par, wins the tournament.
I wasn't very well known in the States, and I think this win is going to help me a lot.
Down the hill. Yes. So Mickelson now only 2 behind Tiger Woods.
Look, oh my, he just jumped when he almost jumped when the putter, before the putter hit the ball.
That's frustration.
Can you imagine 76 yards left of the hole and walking away with 5?
Well, he caught the tree.
Caught the tree. Oh, bad break.
I think he got a little bit greedy there.
Going.
Yes. He made a great putt here. 2-shot lead. Great putt.
Again, Tiger Woods prevails. And he worked for it all day, I'll tell you that.
Get up.
Game over, boys. If he doesn't hold, he must get inside Tiger.
Can he do it again?
Yes! Yes! Pitching wedge on its way.
He likes it.
Good shot. Almost ended it right there.
Game, set, match.
Tiger Woods for the 3rd straight year.
Come on, man. 21
This one appears to be online, I think.
Oh, no, you can't do that. That can't happen.
How about that, huh?
He's left them in the dark again. Yes.
.206 yards left. 6-iron.
This is kind of middle of the green. Can't go long right.
It's in the stratosphere.
Hey, good. Come on.
Just to the right of the hole.
Oh, he loved it all the way. Whoa, go in!
Go in.
Oh, my goodness. Wow. That reminded me of the lights out shot when Tiger won here in the dark.
That's a nice way to finish. That was about as close to flat out as I've seen him hit it.
Beautiful performance. Adam Scott closes with a birdie and beats the world at the Bridgestone.
Oh, an exciting win for Adam Scott. A 4-stroke victory makes it onto this list. But you can see the biggest margins of victory belong to that man, Tiger Woods. If I was winning by 11 shots, Mark, I think, and you were caddying for me, I think you would advise that we finish in the dark as well.
We just keep going, Brian.
Just
I
keep
would
going.
say let's just start the following round. I mean, you know, for me, what jumps out here is that great courses produce great champions. And as we watch that reel, you look at it's Hall of Fame performances by everyone, and it's Hall of Fame champions that have prevailed here at the Firestone South Course. It's just wonderful venue, always has an exciting finish.
So we can see some guys start to run away at this golf course. Henrik Stenson with just a 1-shot lead. 3 under par. They're lining up behind him at -2. We're watching action, the par 5 second. Tiger opened this tournament with a birdie at the par 4 10th. Gave it right back, was sitting 2 off the lead until the bogey at the par 5 16th. There's only 2 par 5s on the course. He just bogeyed the first one he'll play. We are sitting on the second one. Tiger's 3 shots back. So many questions surrounding him no matter where he goes, Mark. What do you think of his year so far with 4 wins?
I think 4 wins says it all. 4 victories. If you pose that to any other player on the PGA Tour and say to them, you're going to have 4 wins this year, they will take it and run. Yet for Tiger, we're all viewing him and saying, well, it's a failure thus far. You haven't won the big one just yet. But, you know, he's going in the right direction. He's hitting good shots. He referenced the Open Championship last week and said or 2 weeks ago, pardon me, and said that was very happy with his game. Just couldn't figure out the speeds on the greens. And, you know, it's the age-old question. When he starts making putts, he's going to be around. And next week, Oak Hill, I wouldn't be surprised if he's in the reckoning come Sunday afternoon.
He was asked about his scouting trip up to Oak Hill and talked about the greens. A lot of folks jumped on the first part of the quote where he said they were running very slowly. Didn't quite get to the second part of the quote where he said he would run them the same way. The greens were thin. He said they're saving the grass and that they'll be plenty fast come PGA Championship time.
The second tee, the par 5, we have Kiradesh Aphibarnrat, who has a good first round going on. 1 under par for the championship. Has a bogey and 2 birdies. Would like to take advantage of this. One of these 2 par 5s, as you point out. Tee shot down the right center would help. Big swing by the young man there.
Missed the cut at the British Open. That's his only PGA Tour start of the season.
Now here is an impressive young player to me. Harris English won it in Memphis earlier this season. To me is just the complete package. Hits the ball long and straight, very poised, good demeanor, sharp short game. Love the big wide action. He just, coming down the stretch at Memphis, hit some tremendous shots. Hit that shot out from under the trees on number 16 and made the birdie. And then 18, as you know, such a demanding finishing hole. And threaded the tee shot, hit the second one on the green and walked away with the title. He is the package, Harris English.
Couple of good tee shots there from English and Aphibarnrat. We have started the second quarter. Action on the par 5 second when we come back. And the scene at the par 5 second, Harris English getting some numbers. He and Kiradesh Api-Barnrat right next to each other. This par 5 second hole, 526 on the scorecard. Playing 524 today. And Harris English, according to the Nikon Callaway rangefinder, just 227.
That's a lot of club for him from that range. Power hitter, Harris English. Got this one going left, though. And doesn't want to take that slope back. They're just nestled up in the back fringe, but good shape. By his reaction, thought that ball was left, but it was just left to perfect, clearly.
Creating a little something. Now just a couple of steps closer. Kiradesh Api-Barnrat. 224.
Even though this approach shot is a little down breezing over the player's right shoulder, it's a pretty good slope up that hill, so the 227 yardage that he's facing would be playing a hair longer than that. So Api-Barnrat with fairway metal here from the left portion of the fairway. What a hybrid club.
Oh, and another good shot. Even better than Harris's shot. Right-hand portion of the green, not a pushover for an eagle putt, but it is an eagle putt. Travis Fulton comes back. When we do as well, Henrik Stenson, the leader in the opening round here in Akron. Travis Fulton from the Tour Academy is back with us here as we look in on the live action at the par 5 second green. Travis, you got a chance to walk out there and see the conditions this morning. What'd you think?
Yeah, course is in beautiful shape. You know, the rough is definitely going to come into play this week. You know, it's just long enough where the players are not going to be able to overpower it.
How about this play from Harris English with the fairway wood?
Going with the conservative route, the flat sole on the fairway wood. Beautiful shot here, turning in there.
Just
well done.
Magnificent touch from Harris English. Why would he make that sort of an adjustment?
Well, the advantage of that play is it really takes the leading edge out. So if you go to the wedge, you lean the shaft forward, the leading edge is more in play, so you can kind of run the risk of sticking it in the ground, getting it caught. So when you go with a fairway wood or a hybrid, leading edge is off the ground, you can play it more like a putt. There's just enough loft where you can get over the apron and run out.
Rough start for Harris. Bogey and a double, but there's the tap-in birdie to get headed in the correct direction. Got to take advantage of the par fives. There's a little bit of grass on the top of this ball as we look at it again.
You can see he just sweeps it back like a putt. That flat sole just works right through the grass nicely and pops it up. Highly recommend that play.
You like that play?
Yeah. Do you play that, Brian?
I don't practice it enough
you don't
to
practice
play
that
it.
one?
I mean, his speed was perfect on that. I don't know how fast the ball is going to come off of that fairway wood. Now, Kiradesh Appy Barnrat, left hand low. This is for Eagle to tie for the lead.
You get a good feel for the speed of the green right there. It looked like that ball was going to come up about 10, 12 feet short and just the run out.
His first ever PGA Tour event. And a tap-in birdie. He goes to 2 under par, and most of this field trying to keep up with the Kiradeshians. He's just one back.
Couple birdies there. His third one there. For the round, not too bad of a showing for his first official tournament out here.
How about that? Got a bogey on the card there and has come back nicely. Back to the tee, Gonzalo Fernandez Castaño.
Playing for the draw here, you can see his feet way to the right. Shoulders not as far. We're going to start that up the right side and turn it. Looks like he's done it. Always a good sign, Brian. Go to the tee early.
Not concerned. He knew where that ball was going. Gonzalo 1 over. Just before that shot, this was Michael Thompson. And he gets it up top. Should be able to reach from there. So a couple of good tee shots here at this par 5 second reachable hole.
Yeah.
We'll see what they do as we continue. A couple guys coming into the hole 1 over. They will improve, it would appear. You got to. Hello. There's Michael Thompson. Just barely in the fairway at this par 5 second hole. A winner earlier this year, the Honda Classic. Along with Travis Fulton from the Tour Academy. I'm Brian Katrick.
I would call the wind's a little into. Yeah, maybe. Mostly right to left, but right to left. Yeah.
Nikon Callaway rangefinder has him at 238. Travis, he doesn't like the 5 wood. He's going with a 3 wood.
Looks like he's going to try to hit it through the green here. Taking enough club, wants to get it into the green. He's kind of accepting that if it runs through into the back portion, the right-hand portion, that he's comfortable with that, getting it up and down.
Not convinced yet. Going to the 5.
No, back to the 5.
I think you're fine with this one, myself.
If this goes up high and plugs in the bunker, you're fired. A big difference, almost a full shot easier if you're able to go for this green in 2. Needed to get on that one, and it was the right club. Thompson goes with the shorter of the 2 clubs. If the first comment we heard him make, Travis, was I think the 5 wood goes up too high and plugs in the bunker. That's not a lot of good positive self-talk.
Looks like he caught just enough of it to carry it. I think it's a smart play to go for it here. You know, back left flag. You know, anywhere short, you got plenty of green to work with. You hit it through the green, as I mentioned earlier. Still plenty of green to work with.
226 uphill for Gonzalo Fernandez Castaño.
Gives it the twirl. Looks like he likes it.
Stay
there.
Iron. Yep, right in the center of the green.
Stay.
It's wiggling back. There is a hole location right there that's wiggling back too. When they put it there, you can't hit it there. So that will stop right there.
It's a good shot there. We've seen some players struggle with that putt already. The speed of it up that hill.
Cell phones on silent. No pictures, please.
So Gonzalo Fernandez Castaño on in 2. Michael Thompson just off in 2. Let's take a look at the swing for the Honda Classic champion. Travis Fulton from the Tour Academy will help us break it down.
Well, good setup here. You can see the grip favoring what we call strong grip. Both hands over to the right. You can see he's probably seeing at least 2 knuckles there on the left hand. Usually when you see that grip, the face is going to be a little bit closed at the top perhaps, but arms nice and relaxed. He's going to go ahead and take it away here. What Michael does really well is he makes a very good shoulder turn, has good width. You can see the left arm and the shaft stay in line a long time during the initial backswing. That really helps make a bigger shoulder turn. I think it's a good tip for those listeners. If your shoulder turn is short, keep the left arm and the shaft in line longer, and that'll allow you to make a big turn going back. And there's change of direction. You can see the hips really getting out of the way to impact. But what he does so well here, you can see his hips are facing the target, but his shoulders are more close. There's a lot of separation there between the lower and upper body. And from there, you can really propel it through. And you can see the left foot there took a rip at that. That left foot actually opened up. And then a little Arnold Palmer finish. Usually when you see that, players are not too happy with the starting direction and trying to steer it in there to gain a few more feet closer to the flagstick.
That second shot here at this second hole is slightly uphill. It's a slightly uphill lie. What should players do to guard against whatever it is they need to guard? First of all, what do we need to be aware of with the uphill lie?
Well, the uphill lie, the first thing is it's gonna send the initial launch angle higher. So usually you got to take a little bit more club, and I think that's what Michael was debating there. Was the upslope going to shoot it up too high where you would plug it into the bunker? That's the first thing. The second thing, I think, is it's going to have a tendency to make the ball go a little bit left. So you got to make sure you're moving the weight into the lead side and turning so you're not hanging back. Really easy to do on the upslope. Hang back, the face flips over, and you can miss it to the left.
I saw the statistics there on Michael Thompson. He's only missed one fairway, but he's only hit half of his greens. It's the iron play letting him down. One over to this point. But a real good chance to hit this green in regulation here, as this will be his third shot. And this club has a lot of chrome on it here, Travis.
Yeah, maybe like a 9-iron here. Going to hit something low, get it on the ground and running. A couple ways you can play this shot. You can play it dead-handed, where there's no hinge, or you can put a little hinge into it in the backswing. If you hinge it, you want to take your normal grip. You see a lot of players, if they don't hinge it, they'll take a putting grip.
Bump and run, and it's going to have the attention of the hole. Nice touch from Michael Thompson. Uphill birdie putt coming up. Bogeyed 3 of his first 5 holes, but has scratched back with a couple of birdies since then. It looked like he had a little bit of hinge in it.
Yeah, I think most these players at this level put a little hinge into it, a little play in the wrist, not a full wrist hinge. Just enough to get the club head working up. That gives him a little bit more of an angle down into impact. But I think if you struggle with your chipping and you're hitting that bump and run shot, you're probably better off getting the shaft more upright, put it more towards the palm of the grip, like a putting grip, and then from there just stabilize the hands and hit it more like a putt.
Castagno's going to take a look at this. He's got a putt for eagle coming up, so we'll go back to the tee. That's big, tall Chris Wood, former British amateur champion. And a nice drive up the left-hand side. Jason Duffner, the other player in the group, will catch up with him in a minute. Back to the green, and Castagno for eagle. Up and over a ridge, then downhill to the cup, running away from him.
All right, not too bad. Little meat left there. And kind of a tricky putt. We haven't seen too many players put it up there just in tap-in range. We've seen a couple guys come up well short, and we've seen a couple now off to the left there a few feet.
Duffner back on the tee at the second. And right in the center.
Yep.
Back up to the green now. And Michael Thompson. This one did wiggle out a little bit on him, but it's for birdie to get back to even par.
Always a little tricky when you're in the shadow and the hole is not in the shadow. You have to stay very committed here.
Oh. 3 bogeys to start in his first 5 holes, and he's all the way back to even par. Michael Thompson just 3 behind Henrik Stenson and Kiradesh Appy Barnrat, who went ahead and birdied the 3rd also.
Make it birdie number 4. Good for him.
Win number 1 earlier this year for that man, Michael Thompson. Now Gonzalo Fernandez Castagno. Got a lot going on here with this putting grip, Travis.
Yeah, a little bit of the claw grip there. You can see the right hand's bent. Really takes the hit out of the right hand, which really puts the feel of the face back into the left hand. That's usually a good putt there. You see players go into that. Mark O'Mara I think was one of the first that went to that kind of claw. Now it's turned into the pencil and the saw, and there's variations, of course, of that. But it takes the hit out of the right hand. If you have hit in the left hand, you can actually do it with the left hand as well.
A couple guys getting well here on this par 5 second. That's what we have seen most of the day. They're both back to even par now. 3 behind Stenson and Appy Barnrat. Duffner just 1 back. There he is, dragging the driver behind. This is one of the holes. You come off the first green, oftentimes the players will go left and the caddies will go right. Gives the caddy a chance to get to the ball first.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a jaunt back there to that number 2 tee once they finish up on 1.
Just his second appearance in this event. Now, caddy had the number. I can see just how little discussion. Jason hasn't said a word yet. Microphone's right there. That's it. That's all the comment you're going to get from Jason. He's got 247. Caddy told him the number, handed him the club, and off we go.
Yep. See the waggle there. The waggle looks nothing like the initial takeaway. Watch this. Drags the handle back. You see him hang back there. The slope got him. I think he might have shoved that out to the right. Yep, into the bunker there.
That's a long bunker shot coming up across this green. Now he's talking. Mostly to himself.
And that's what happens on the upslope. And I mentioned that you can hook it left because the face flips over. But when you hang back, the combination you get in ball flight is you either get the big high push to the right or you get kind of the low left.
That all sounds familiar.
Yeah. So.
I mean, right now it's kind of here. So I think it's like finishing it on that single tree. Yeah. That's the finishing point.
Number wasn't a factor for Chris Wood, the Nikon Callaway rangefinder 233. And long iron is the choice. That may back up. That is going to come back off the front. Almost.
Sounded like a little bit of a mishit there. I don't think he quite caught all of that one.
And this group will scoot on up the fairway. We'll see some scrambling at the par 5 second when we come back. A look at the par 5 second green and some short game wizardry coming up here from Chris Wood and Jason Duffner. At least that's what we're expecting, Travis.
Yeah, this caliber player should be able to get it back there inside 8-10 feet, give himself a decent look at birdie. The long bunker shot can be one of the more difficult shots for our viewers at home. Point of entry's got to be perfect here. You got to hit about an inch or two behind it, give it enough acceleration with the torso to carry it to the top of the ridge here, and then let it filter down.
Flies it all the way over the ridge.
Good shot.
Very nice. That one's still ticklish, though. Downhill to the hole from there.
Probably hit that with a 56, somewhere in there. Maybe a 52, longer shot. Probably keep the 60 out of your hands there. A little less loft, makes it a little easier there to carry it the distance that you need to get it back there.
Let's see what Chris Wood has chosen to do. Looks like he's got this blade opened up here a bit, Trav.
Yeah, looks like he's going to go a little higher than what we've been seeing out of guys. Try to get it up the hill a little bit further.
Yeah. Came out pretty low.
That's well done.
But it's perfect.
That's probably the best one we've seen from that position today.
Might have been an optical illusion on that blade being open. You could see there was a bit of a worn spot in the middle of the face, but former British Amateur champion has got that for birdie. We'll go back to the tee. Here's Boo Weekley's tee shot.
Always fun to watch this guy hit the driver. He carries the hill there that Duffner landed it into.
Boo played a practice round yesterday with Dustin Johnson. You got to have some pretty good self-confidence to play a practice round with Dustin Johnson.
You know, you look at Boo, he hits it 291 off the tee. Very respectable. Puts him up T67th on tour, but he hits it straight too. He's 24th there, puts him at 6th in total driving. He's 4th on tour in greens and regulation. So, you know, Boo is a terrific ball striker. And they get
Duffner looking at this one for birdie. For the year, one of the best from this range, this 8 to 9 foot range. He makes 60% of his putts from 8 to 9 feet. He's 9 for 9 today. That helps right there.
Yeah.
Dress good, putt good.
Those are sporty. I like that. It matches the grip on up to the shirt. Very, very well put together today is the Duff. One of the first players really to go to this particular super stroke type of grip.
First miss inside 10 feet today. And Duffner will stay one off the lead. And about as much reaction as you're ever going to get out of him.
I still don't think he's said anything this hole.
No. Zero has been said.
He's saving it for the next hole.
The ShotLink does not keep track of words per hole.
No, he's
now Chris Wood. First round loss at the Accenture Match Play Championship, tied for 43rd at Doral. Made the cut and finished tied for 64th at the Open. Now this to move within one. And that'll count. Doesn't matter now. It's in. And Chris Wood's going to have to do enough talking for the both of them. That's back-to-back birdies. We'll go back down to the fairway. Boo will be first.
all right, Brian, watch this. This is good stuff right here. Great golf swing. Just kind of slings it through.
From 226 uphill. Didn't like it. That's going to gather backwards just a little bit, but should hold the green. Like Castano, they will put a hole down there, and when they put it there, you can't hardly hit it there. That's a couple of guys, though, that have found that little middle left shelf.
That gives you an idea on his standards and how good of a ball striker he is. I mean, that wasn't a bad shot right there. That carries another 2-3 feet, and it's pin high there on 20-25 feet to the right. So he's got it. He's dialed in there in the swing.
Playing with Daniel Popovich, who drove it in the fairway bunker and laid up. So we'll catch his third here in a moment. As we look in on Boo Weekly, a winner earlier this year at the Colonial. So driving it right at 300 so far today. As you would imagine, hitting a lot of fairways. It's actually a low greens number for him.
Yeah, he's usually right around the 70% number, so he's hasn't hit quite as many out of the gate here in the first round. Just a fun golf swing. I like it. You know, it's a great pivot. I love the way he just propels his arms through. You know, there's just no interruption at all through impact, and it kind of is what it is. You get the feeling with him as he just swings it through.
And on the tee, world number 1 Tiger Woods. The driver that he just put in the bag at the British Open a couple of weeks ago.
See him aiming up the left side here. I think Tiger's brought his sight line back in since working with Sean Foley. He's all right.
He's hit 6 of 8 fairways so far today.
You know, when he first went through the adjustment, he was aiming way left and really kind of hitting that inside cut. Now he's brought it back more on the left-hand side, just on the left rough. Just trying to squeeze it over to the right. He's done it.
Make it 7 of 9. Well, that's going to just miss the fairway officially, but Tiger's going to be okay with that. And right before that, Hideki Matsuyama, a 2-time Asian amateur champion, just 19 years old.
And we were talking earlier, as we got on the air, how he was going to handle the spotlight with Tiger, and I think we were all in agreement that he was going to do just fine. Very confident young man and playing nicely at -2.
Well, you heard the third shot from over there in the woods from Daniel Popovich. The layup well left, and he's still scrambling. Daniel playing in his first World Golf Championship event, struggling a little bit at 6 over. So Popovich has played 3. Will need to get it up and down to save par. He doubled the other par 5. Winner of the Australian PGA Championship back in December. There is a 7-time winner here at this event, Tiger Woods. One of the reasons for his success, fitness level. He has changed the way the guys look at fitness out here on the PGA Tour.
I definitely think it's the Tiger effect. He's changed the way the game is going to be played for a while. You see more young guys come out that are fit.
Tiger Woods' impact on golf is far-reaching, but his most dramatic influence has been in the weight room.
When I first came out on tour, there was only 2 of us in the gym. It was myself and BJ, and that was it. The fitness was not part of golf.
Tiger, you see a big transformation in him. How much stronger he's gotten and how hard he works in the gym has really, I think, inspired a new generation of golfers that are doing kind of the same thing.
Once people started seeing that it did improve their game, because I know there's a stigma that lifting hurt your game, you couldn't hit the ball as far, but now we're seeing the exact opposite, just like every other sport.
Travis, you have taught this game at a lot of different levels. What have you seen with the recent rash of folks hitting the gym?
Well, he's had a huge impact, and clearly you can see it on the PGA Tour. We see it at the Tour Academy as well, not only just at this level, but the amateur level. You know, most academies now have a designated person, a fitness trainer, you know, quote unquote. They do a number of other things in addition to that. But he's had a huge impact, and I think it's great. You know, it's funny what the amateur will do for golf. You know, sometimes we won't go to the gym just for our own well-being, but yet if you tell the person, look, you need to go to the gym because it's going to make your golf game better, they're going to go to the gym. And so he's had a huge impact, and I think it's great, and I think it's only going to get bigger.
So this group waiting on the group in front of them. These guys, Daniel Popovich and Boo Weekley. Boo with a couple of bogeys and a birdie on the card, but he's here in 2. And this is the club that he has struggled with in his career.
It is, and I think when he gets this going, when this is working for him, he is contending because his ball striking is usually there week in and week out. So it's good.
Just that close to an eagle. And Boo will wait. Just seemed to come out of nowhere to win the Colonial this year. Not even sure he would still be playing professional golf at this point. He told us he was just doing this to make enough money so that he'd go fishing.
Yeah. He did, but I think he's starting to piece it together a little bit more.
Starting to like this golf thing.
He's starting to like this golf thing a little bit and getting back to the level that he was once at. And I think he proved to himself that he could do that. Getting back in the winner's circle, I think, has been a huge boost. And, you know, you kind of get the feeling that we're going to be seeing Boo Weekley here for years to come. And I'm glad because he's a great character for the game.
Now Daniel Popovich for par. And not the day he was looking for, but the winner of the Australian PGA Championship came from behind to beat Rod Pampling. Nearly quit the game earlier in the year. His father was seriously ill, and Daniel thought he was going to be more involved in the caregiving. Was able to come back to the game, and as an Australasian player, win one of the crown jewel events of their tour, the Australian PGA. Boo makes his birdie, back to even par. But all of a sudden, that's 5 shots back. Henrik Stenson has gone on a tear.
He got Popovic. He's got 4 rounds, though. You know, it's we all have these days in this game, and learn from it, and hopefully he can come back here in the next 3 rounds. There's no cut, and gain some experience, and have some things that he can take away at least.
Here's Hideki Matsuyama, just birdied the first. He's 3 back. Launches that one up into the center of the green from 253.
Who says you don't hit down in your fairway woods?
That was well done.
That was very well done.
Young man's beating Tiger by a shot right now in this marquee pairing. Now Tiger, first cut of rough, 221.
Good angle for Tiger. See if he can just move a draw in there. Yep. Come up short.
And that should stay right there, just off the front of the green. So a couple of balls right up in the greenside area in 2. Hideki Matsuyama more than rising to the challenge here with Tiger Woods. A couple of years ago, the folks at Augusta National, with the cooperation of lots of other worldwide golf governing bodies, created the Asian Amateur Championship, and this man won it the first 2 years. With that, got a ticket to Augusta National the first 2 years. Turned professional earlier this season and has won twice already. We'll go back to the tee now. Those guys have to take some extra steps to get out of this guy's way. Dustin Johnson.
In contention last week, just had the triple bogey down the stretch there that kind of did him in there in the last couple holes.
Started that well to the right, Trav. And there it is. Not only is it in the bunker, but it's all the way up near the front edge of that bunker.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there. If he's far enough back, he might still be able to give it a go, but he might be close enough to that lip where he's going to have to take more loft and just lay it up.
Adam Scott, winner here 2 years ago, now a major champion. It's also up the right-hand side. That one looks like it's turning over, though.
Just a beautiful golf swing. You have to look really, really close and be super hypercritical to find something that you don't like about that swing. It's pretty flawless.
Up in the green, Tiger, just off the front of the green. Lots of numbers are good for him. 4 wins this season. A good year putting the ball. He led the tour in strokes gained putting for much of the year, but 119th in scrambling for the season.
Well, scrambling, you know, you have to, obviously there's some wedge play involved, but also the putter is involved in that stat as well. And, you know, when I look at Tiger, I try to look at it in a body of work post-scandal. And I think since he's come back, you know, he's kind of chipping away at it where, you know, hey, let's get back in contention in tournaments. That was first. And secondly, let's get in contention and win. Well, he's been able to do that. Third, let's start getting into major championships again and contending. Well, he's doing that. And now I think the fourth and the final where we can kind of look at it and say, hey, Tiger might be back is to get one of those major championships. So, you know, I think he's moving the right way. I think the arrow is pointing up for him. I think what's missing is really just making some putts on the weekend, and particularly on Sunday, that we're used to seeing out of Tiger that keeps the round going. Not so much as birdie putts, but those par-saving putts that keep his round going, the momentum, the fist pump, the crowd gets going. And I think it's really been the distance control that has been the issue. We saw it at the Open Championship. And we saw him talking about it a lot. You know, I'm controlling my speed. And so it's really this club late on Sunday in the major championships. I think that's holding him.
Back with you here in our live at coverage of the World Golf Championships Bridgestone Invitational. We apologize for the technical difficulty. A power hit here at the Firestone Country Club. I don't know how you were consuming this tournament, but most likely you stopped consuming it about 25 minutes ago, and we apologize for that. It is a glorious day for golf, and this is Bubba Watson going for the green here, potentially at this par 5 second. Never quite sure what Bubba's going to do. Oh, yeah, sure. Left rough, tree trouble.
It's going to stay. Looks like it's going to filter back a little bit.
Knocks it on the green, and it's going to hang in there in that middle left shelf. Anything short of that is a false front, and there's little Bubba getting the ride up the hill. Little Bubba toted around by caddy Ted Scott. Travis Fulton, Mark Immelman with you. I'm Brian Katrek. Glad to have you with us here on PGATour.com. Live at coverage of this par 5 second. When we get finished here, we'll go over and check in on the par 3 15th. And then maybe get a gander over at the 18th hole as well. We're in the middle of this morning wave that started off on the back nine. Henrik Stenson among those who have jumped out to a lead. Mark, you've got the rest of your leaderboard's working over there. What do you got?
I got Henrik and Webb Simpson tied at, pardon me, Webb Simpson has just taken the lead. He's moved to 6 under, 311. He started on the back nine. Stenson 5 under through 15. Chris Wood, the Englishman, is now 4 under, starting on the back nine first. Ryan Moore having a good day. He is tied with Tiger Woods right now, 3 under par. Scott Piercy at 2 under, and Kiridesh Apibaret is 2 under with a few other guys. So good scoring conditions out there right now. Breeze has freshened a little bit, guys, out of the west-northwest. So holes like number 2, the par 5, become infinitely more gettable because it's slightly downwind there.
Miguel Angel Jimenez has laid up and will play his third here at the second. You mentioned Tiger's name. We went off the air as he was getting just fractions of inches away from impact with his eagle opportunity. He left that short, did not make the 10-footer for birdie. So he made par here at this hole, but then went and birdied 3 and 4 to move to 3 under par. Now let's talk about a magical short game here for Miguel Angel Jimenez. Right in that 100-yard range here, Travis.
Yeah, I think this is a good number here. You can hit about a 3/4 maybe type of wedge shot, maybe kind of drive it in there, try to land it right at the top of the hill, a little bit of spin, and then let it trickle on down to the hole. We've seen some guys get a little closer here, hit it into the bank, and it's drawn it all the way back to the front. So I think he's far enough back here where he can hit the lower trajectory shot carried to the top of the mound.
Huge divot taken out of these bent grass fairways, and a little bit of spin. That will possibly hold the green. If one dimple of that ball is on the green, he can mark it. Well, before he was known as the most interesting man in golf, he was known as the mechanic. Miguel Angel Jimenez. And a look at his numbers here at Firestone. He has started to figure out how to play this golf course his last 4 trips. And this is a guy that seems to get better with age, Travis.
Well, he's got that workout routine going now. So, you know, we talked about the fitness aspect and its effect. And Tiger even has Miguel Angel Jimenez warming up in a very strategic way that has caught fire all over the world in the way that he goes about it. So everybody is participating in fitness today.
With the cigar.
Yeah. That's my favorite. You know, warming up, stretching out with the cigar in the mouth.
Mark, he's recovering from a broken leg. Obviously looks like he's recovered from that broken leg, but a broken leg late last year. Missed a lot of this season.
He did skiing accident. Just lends itself to the most interesting man in the world. You know, moniker. He's involved in all sorts. He lives life. You know, he takes each day as it comes. And I've had the good fortune of spending some time with him in Europe. And he seizes the moment, Miguel. And he's highly entertaining. He's always got an opinion on something. And And he's really a tremendous golfer. You know, he's sort of deceptive. If you had to see him on the range, Travis, you wouldn't think that he's going to be a world beater. But when he gets the bit between his teeth, he has a full go.
Yeah.
See the little brace on the elbow. Tennis players familiar with that. Little tendonitis in the elbow, little tennis elbow, something. Part of his warm-up routine is that he twirls the clubs.
Mm-hmm.
His technique, to me, and Travis can speak to this too, is not that invasive though. He doesn't hit the ground really hard. So I'm surprised that elbow appears to be taking the strain that it is, because he's quite a sweeper of the golf ball, and that's why he plays well under breezy conditions. He doesn't spin the thing too much.
Bubba Watson is aboard in 2. An eagle opportunity here.
Well, Bubba needs to take advantage of his length there. He needs to get this down in 2. He needs to make a 4 here. A 5 would feel like a bogey with his length off the tee. Or maybe a 2. Or a 3, rather. Eagle.
Eagle for Watson. And he's now 2 under.
You're so right, guys. I was about to say that this hole, playing the way it is right now, is like a long par 4 for Bubba, and he's got to make 4 or better, and the 3 obviously gets him going in the right direction now.
Webb Simpson, the man at the top of the leaderboard at 6 under. Bubba's 4 back. Already played the back 9.
Our second eagle of the day, I think, right? Stenson had one earlier, and now Bubba.
I have to think that Jimenez has had the benefit of watching Bubba's putt come along that line, because from that lowest spot there on the green, players have been leaving the ball short a lot as it's been going up the hill, and now Jimenez should have an idea as to the speed.
Yeah.
And he's realized he can give this one a little bit of a wrap. It's uphill and will break from his right-hand side.
I thought he might bring that wedge shot in a little flatter trajectory. He brought that in pretty high. Hit the mound, spun back. I think that little lower trajectory from that distance is what's needed to keep it up there in that top shelf.
Good look there. We can see it was not on the green. He was not able to clean it. And the birdie will curl left. A bogey at the 15th. A birdie at the 17th. And pars the rest of the way for Miguel Angel Jimenez. Webb Simpson has run out to 6 under par. Henrik Stenson just a stroke back. Round 1 from Akron on PGA TOUR.com. Webb Simpson leading the way here at 6 under par. Henrik Stenson was in one of our first groups. He birdied 1, he eagled 2, and has been off to the races. We've seen Chris Wood, Ryan Moore, and Tiger Woods all come through. Scott Piercy already in. He was in the first group. Shot 68. We've seen Kiradesh Appy Barnrat come through. And Jonas Blixt. Seen most of these guys, except for the leader. Webb came through while we were in our dark period. Power has been restored to the Firestone Country Club. Webb Simpson is bogey-free today. 6 birdies. He did birdie our second hole. And lots of Swedish flags there in that first page of the leaderboard. 3 of them. Peter Hansen just off the screen, but he's in that top 6 as well. This is what we missed. This was the birdie putt for Webb Simpson. That's 4 in a row, and it pushed him into the lead. Started on the back. Might have lost a little momentum after making 5 at 16, although that's not a reachable par 5 for most of this field. But then he caught fire. Birdies at 17, 18, 1 and 2. The former U.S. Open champion is our leader by 1.
Catch this statistic, Brian. He has gained 4.78 strokes putting and is averaging 1.25 putts per green in regulation. That'll get it done.
So Simpson, 1 clear of Stenson. And Tiger giving chase as well. As we were going off the air, Tiger was attempting his eagle from just off the green at the 5th. Not only did he not make eagle, but he didn't make birdie. Birdied the next 2, though, is just parred the 5th. And Tiger's 3 under. And as we speak, 3 under is now just 2 back because Webb Simpson just bogeyed the 3rd.
6 on par 5, 16th. That was a 3-putt. Pulled his wedge over there to about 18, 20 feet. 3-putt there on 2. 3-putt from the French. Well, not technically a 3-putt. But having a hard time. We talked about at the beginning. Distance control with the putter. Cost him a couple strokes here. It could be really good right now.
Natural speed used to be one of his greatest strengths.
He's clearly carrying over the ball striking form from Muirfield a couple of weeks ago. Right now he's hitting 85% of the greens in regulation, 2nd in the field, driving it well too, hitting 72% of the fairways. And when Tiger Woods is in the fairway, you know, he's a force to be reckoned with.
It's been an interesting look statistically. One of the best putters on tour all season long. The ball striking numbers elevate at the majors. The putting numbers go down at the majors. That does make sense. If you hit more greens, you're going to have more putts. Nonetheless, Tiger enters the season's final major without a major championship this year. Not one since 2008. Chris Wood, former British Amateur champion, sits at 4 under also. That is solo 3rd right now. Just 1 shot off the lead.
What's jumping out to me in these last few cards, guys, is that the underbelly, if you will, of the Firestone South course is clearly those first 5 holes on the front side. You've got to get your business done there. And then you hang on the back 9. Holes 14 through 18 are really a handful.
We'll check out that long par 3 15th a little bit later on in the day. Saw some guys hitting hybrids, fairway woods to that in the practice round. But Chris Wood making his move. He's just 1 behind Henrik Stenson and Webb Simpson. The wind starting to pick up as well just a little bit. The groups in the afternoon, as the afternoon groups are getting ready to start now, they may have a little bit tougher time trying to get to these numbers. Mikko Ilonen playing as a single down the first fairway. We'll see him when he gets to the second. Our live at coverage from Firestone continues. It's Stenson and Simpson tied for the lead here in this opening round of the World Golf Championships Bridgestone Invitational. Suffered through a power hit there. It should be noted that play continued. Those guys aren't bothered by that. Power, no power. Nobody was in any danger out there on the golf course.
It's beautiful out there. The sun's out, 75 degrees, nice breeze.
Yeah, everything's fine. Chris Wood just a shot back. Ryan Moore and Tiger Woods 2 shots off the lead. Let's get to know a little bit more about one of our co-leaders, Henrik Stenson, outside the ropes.
Welcome from Sweden, Henrik Stenson.
I hit this shot in Akron at the Firestone. It bounced up onto a guy's chest and he spilled his whole beer. So if you're watching, I still owe you one. When I hit it well, my driver is favorite club. I kind of enjoy my lob wedge as well. I really like TPC Sawgrass. The risk and reward and the layout. It's so many good holes. You see what you need to do and you get the rewards if you do it, and otherwise you're in trouble, especially on 17. Sevi and Faldo. 2 good guys, 2 kind of different types of players, but they were the 2 guys I was following and then cheering on. I try to work out. I mean, it kind of goes with the season as well. If you have longer periods, you can do a bit harder and try and keep a general fitness level. And once up the body, it kind of takes its toll hitting all these all shots that we do. Swedish meatballs with the potatoes and the sauce and the lingonberries. That's kind of something I long for when I'm out on the road and not go back to Sweden that often. Ice cream, chocolate, brownie. Yeah, that's a weakness. I delivered newspapers when I was a kid on the weekends. A BMW. Not a new one though, it was an old one. A BMW. They're good. They deliver. Math was, I was kind of into that. Drawing, I'm crap at drawing. Never did much good in that. I'm kind of into flying in the last year or so. One of the guys in South Africa let me handle this small plane a little bit, so I'll have to say pilot then.
Let's fly to the sun. Vacation time's just begun. A dreamer's holiday for me and you.
And Henrik Stenson has flown all the way to the top of the leaderboard at 5 under, tied with Webb Simpson. Some of his numbers thus far this week, which is today, driving it over 300 yards. We saw him reach our par 5 second with a 3-wood and an iron, hitting just more than half of his fairways and almost 70% of his greens. Henrik Stenson.
Yeah, one of his favorite clubs he mentioned was his driver, and no one on the PGA Tour hits more fairways than Henrik Stenson, so no surprise there. And 314 yards off the tee gets it done as well, Mark.
Stenson already a world golf champion, won the Accenture match play in 07. He leads the Bridgestone Invitational today. Two players right now at 5 under par leading the way. Webb Simpson has dropped his first shot of the day. Bubba Watson starting to make a move. He moves into that group 2 shots back along with Tiger. We saw him make eagle at our par 5 second. And there was the birdie at the very next hole, the par 4 third, back down the hill. One of the most interesting characters you ever hang out with. That guy, Bubba Watson. Let's go outside the ropes.
From Baghdad, Florida, Bubba Watson.
'79 Sky Blue 300 diesel Mercedes-Benz. That's what I had. Yeah, it was pretty funny. My manager / agent, he told me that I need to get on Twitter. And I was like, nah, I don't want to do that. So during the winter, I said, you know what, I'll do it. Why not do it? I'll just see what it's like. He said, just try it for a little bit, so I did it. Then it just started becoming fun. You know, the friends started making dumb videos. And then, you know, when you start getting followers and they're asking questions and asking what you're doing, it's easy to answer them. And it's hard at a golf tournament to talk to your fans. And so on Twitter, it's easier just to shoot them a 1 or 2 word answer and then make some dumb videos and make them laugh. It's just fun. You know, it's quiet. Nobody cares about how you play golf. We're just out here having fun.
This is how you wake surf. That's not how you wake surf.
All the boats out here, you can fish, you can play on the lake, you go swimming. You know, you get to take the boat out, go wakeboarding, wake surfing. The jet skis are the most fun because you can just go 70 miles an hour straight away.
That's how you go surfing.
I have a few in mind because my wife played professional basketball in France and Italy. But me and my wife got to sit in Phoenix, the final game last year when the Phoenix Mercury won. We were sitting courtside right next to Larry Fitzgerald when they won. And so it was a big thrill. Angie got to watch her lady friends play, you know, in the WNBA, and I got to watch a great sporting event in my city that I live at win a championship. Play video games. Call of Duty, Modern Warfare 2 right now because it's the newest one. I play online with everybody and talk trash with everybody.
Look, everybody. It's Ricky Fowler. Hey, Ricky.
I like to do all the crazy stuff that he does. He doesn't drink, I don't drink. You know, our beliefs are the same. We both are on Twitter, so we both were talking about that, and we shoot dumb videos together.
Hey, Ricky Fowler. You called me out a couple weeks ago. I've been practicing. Wait, whoa!
It's just a friendship that started randomly somehow because we were doing an outing together, and then we rode a plane together for 5 hours. We become friends pretty quick.
I gotta go.
We like to poke fun of each other.
Ricky, why are you pants so high? Why are you laughing at me?
I bought a flat brim hat yesterday, and I said I look like Ricky. So just making fun of each other. I'd be a basketball player on a church league because I'm not good enough to play anywhere else. I had to be truthful. I'm not good enough to play anywhere else. Church league be it. I never use training aids. I don't believe in training aids. It takes the feel out of the game. But at Bob Hope, because of the rain, I couldn't putt. So we went and bought one of those little putting mats, like just straight away, like I guess like a 7-footer that returns the ball to you. And so that's the only training aid I got. Best golf tip I ever got. Never get a lesson and have fun with it and learn it yourself.
A look at Bubba Watson's year. I've got 2 of the best instructors in the game with me here in our live at coverage, Mark Immelman and Travis Fulton. Any of that stuff look good to you for training world-class golfers?
I'd be careful. I'd be afraid of doing myself in with some of these things that he gets up to off the course, but he's just a tremendous athlete. Yeah, Travis, you know, his swing just exhibits all sorts of feel and athleticism, and what I love about him is he's completely convicted to what he does.
Well, Bubba Watson is climbing this leaderboard. This was him at our par 5 second hole not too long ago. Reached it from the left rough with an iron, threw it up into the center of the green. It actually collected backwards to this spot. And this for the eagle. Dead center. It moved Bubba to 3 under. And he's 2 shots off the lead. That actually moved him to 2 under. He went ahead and birdied the 3rd also. So that is the group in front of this group, and we use the term group lightly. It's just Mikko Ilonen. A planned single in this field. And he is the first group off the afternoon off of number 1. And he will almost certainly catch that last group off of number 10 eventually. Here he is on the tee at the 2nd.
Mikko got off to the bogey start. Really powerful play. He should be able to get to this green in 2. Should he get it in the fairway?
Well, it is safe, but maybe too far up in that bunker to reach. We'll see. Mikko Ilonen all by himself on the par 5 second as we continue. That's a lonely feeling out there for Mikko Ilonen, former British amateur champion, playing as a single here in this World Golf Championships Bridgestone Invitational, Firestone Country Club. First World Golf Championship start, and he's alone.
Yeah.
Good luck out there, Mikko.
Not a whole lot of fun in this, huh? You'd have one threesome, you would think, there at the final group of the day, and
how about the sponsor on the belt? That's a new move. That's an area of real estate that hasn't previously been sold. Ricky Bobby sold the windshield in a seemingly irresponsible move.
I was about to say that's a little NASCAR over there, but
I like the belt though.
Miko getting the information from his caddy, Reggie. Shout out to Reggie, a young South African caddy who's now made a very successful career of it in Europe. Guiding his man along.
Well, he's put it in a nice position here. 222. Not a lot of loft on this club.
He's got to give it a go.
Sounded a smidge heavy there, guys.
Yeah. Short and left, but it's still on the second hole.
Tough shot there. Long iron, fairway bunker. That's got to be pretty darn perfect to get that pull off.
True, so true, Treverson, right in front of him. There's a pretty good sized lip on that second bunker there on the right side of the fairway, so you could see how he tried to hang back to get her airborne a little bit more. And as he did that, changed the angle of his approach and just caught her slightly fat.
Stenson just one hole away from putting the best round of the day on the board. At least at this point, the wind perhaps picking up in the afternoon. See if anybody in the afternoon can match that. Webb Simpson still with golf left to play. Tiger hanging in there a couple off the lead. Peter Hansen has backed up just a little bit. Kiradesh Appy Barnrat in with a 69.
Harris English, nice back nine from him. He was 3 over early and played the backside and 3 under for even.
Derek Ernst, a first-time winner earlier this year in this field. Even par, 5 shots back. Steve Stricker and Martin Keimer coming along shortly. Live at coverage of the Bridgestone Invitational. Back with you in live at coverage, the opening round of the World Golf Championships Bridgestone Invitational. Mikko Ilonen back there playing as a single. First group off at number 1 in the afternoon. He's got 64 yards left to this back left hole location, but he doesn't know it yet.
Doesn't have the benefit of the ShotLink like we do. He's waiting for Reggie to pace that off. What he's actually got going for him here is that he's coming out of the rough, which is going to help just to reduce some of that spin as he goes into that green, because we've seen a lot of balls hit that surface and then juke back pretty hard. So could be helpful here, even though he's in the rough.
So Mikko, some sort of a wedge here. Bogeyed the first hole. All right, into that collection area.
I have to think he caught that one slightly heavy. Travis looked
Yeah.
over to me and he's like, look of surprise on your face. I thought you were going to get it in I thought you thought he was going to get it tighter than that.
Yeah, I thought he would take a little more of aggressive line there on that. I think he left the blade open on that one, mishit it, and came up well short there to the right.
Played in the Masters in the British Open after winning the British Amateur Championship back in 2001. Played in the Open Championship now 5 times. He's only missed the cut once. Just his first time as an amateur back in 2000. Top 10 finish in 2001. Played in the U.S. Open twice. Masters once. His first World Golf Championship event. A couple of guys that are eligible for this field not playing. We wind up with an odd number. And Ilonen he'll go it alone.
Well, we've seen this putt quite a few times already in the morning groups. Seen some guys come up well short. Seen some guys run it by there quite a bit on the left-hand side. It's going to turn to his left. Speed being the premium here. Just looking to get this up there around 2 feet, tap it in, and move on. Difficult putts. You almost have to break it down into 2 segments. You know, he's done the full walk here. He's went to the apex of the putt, kind of breaking it down into 2 segments where he wants the ball to be once it gets up to the top. And then he walks up to the hole, and where do you want the ball to be once it gets up around the hole?
Birdie putt for Ilonen. Not enough.
We've seen that a few times, Mark. Guys coming up well short there to the left.
Called it Travis right on the button. Yeah, it is actually a very, very sharp slope that is quite deceptive, honestly. You know, you stand on the green and you don't really see it, but the players have all come up significantly shy.
Still impressed that he sold the belt.
He's a cool customer, though, Brian. He's had a pretty good season in Europe so far. He won the Nordea Masters earlier this year. Had a few really good finishes. Had a tie for 12th at the BMW PGA, which is one of their biggest events over there. So clearly knows how to play, and long, powerful. If he gets the putter figured out, he could be a force this week.
This is for par. No problem. Bogeyed the first, par at the second. Ilonen heads over to the third. Just getting his afternoon started. Same for this man, Steve Stricker. Good to see Steve in the field. And that one is perfect. This is his 9th event of the season.
He's making them count, though. When he plays, he's having top 5s, and he's at a couple second places, I do believe. Just such a good player to me. I love the way he swings the club, Travis.
6 top 25s out of 8, 5 top 10s out of 8. Playing alongside Henrik Stenson. Or excuse me, playing alongside Martin Keimer. Stenson, the leader.
I've got to say, this should be quite a comfortable pairing for the both of them. They're both easygoing, nice guys. I have to think they'll feed off each other here if they both get to playing well.
Couple in the fairway at the par 5 second. We'll see if they can reach into when live at coverage here on PGATour.com continues. last two. To the fairway at the par 5 second, and Martin Keimer with a fairway wood. 231. Boy, that looked good.
He likes it.
Right over the top of the flagstick and over the green. It didn't go too far off the back. Boy, he hammered that.
Yeah, that had to look good in the air.
That might have even been a hybrid, it looked, when he handed it back to his caddy. Just a moment before that, here was Steve Stricker from 238.
Doesn't appear that the hamstring injury is impeding him at all there, Brian. He looked like a pretty free pass that he made through the ball.
And he sent it back there long and left also. Yeah, Steve Stricker told us on Wednesday that he feels like he pulled his hamstring while skiing. His 20th anniversary, part of the reason he skipped the British Open. It was an anniversary trip. He says it's touch and go. He feels like it's good enough to go. He's going to try to go this week with an eye on next week's PGA Championship. He's going to keep the situation monitored, but you like the look of that move.
I do. To me, simple is genius. And the less moving parts there are, the more it becomes repetitive. And the way I see it, Travis, is that it's all about clean contact and repetition. And to me, Steve Stricker is one of the ultimates.
Yeah, well, he hits the ball so straight. I mean, he's top 10 driving accuracy. He's #1 on the PGA Tour in greens and regulation. That's a great combination when you're one of the top putters in the world as well. So it's just, for Stricker's game, it's about keep the ball in the short grass, hit a lot of greens, get that putter in his hand as many times as possible, and you like his chances.
And I've got so much respect for him too, because twice he's come back, to win the bounce back award on the PGA Tour, because his game has went down into doldrums a couple times, but he's navigated his way out of there with the counsel of his wife certainly, and his brother-in-law, and just such a well-balanced individual as well. So when things go awry, he's not going to lose it too much mentally and emotionally.
This is what he said the toughest part of the hamstring was, walking up hills just like that. He said, I'm surprised that I'm here. I'm surprised at how well it's recovering. It's doing better every day. He was very surprised at how well the hamstring felt on Wednesday morning after walking this golf course on Tuesday. The right hamstring tear Steve Stricker is nursing, and there's a slight hitch in the giddy up there.
You can see a little sensitivity there as he comes up the hill and then back down the hill. I think he's a little surprised that he's this far along from where he was in the fairway there. He must have really got on that one.
A brief glance skyward to see about the tree trouble. We've got trouble low and trouble high on this shot, guys.
He's down there in Kevin Streelman territory, and if you would remember, Brian Streelman had an unreal shot in there, a little lower, bumped it into the fringe and had it trundle by just a few feet and managed to convert. But I would give, I gave Streelman from that up the situation about a 3 in 10 chance of getting up and in. So, Stricker, with his considerable skill, still has his hands full from this area along and to the left of the par 5 second green.
Both Stricker and Keimer parred the first. Steve trying to get this one up and down for birdie at the second. And almost did better than that. How good was that shot?
Wow. What did Ben Hogan call that wedge club? It was the equalizer. You know, the putter is the great equalizer, obviously, but there's Steve Stricker. Now he's got a very makeable uphiller from just a few feet for a birdie after being in a pretty tough position over that par 5 green.
Said one of his goals this year is to stay in the top 10 and make that President's Cup team. Right now he's 9th. I have a feeling that if Steve Stricker wants to play in the President's Cup, someone will pick him. Keimer's third.
Gonna hinge this up quick. Club head fall to the right on top of the ball. A little low finish. Well done.
Boy, that was really close to going in. So, didn't even clean the golf ball. Easy tap-in birdie for Martin Keimer, a former PGA champion who will be in the field next week at Oak Hill. He's 5 back now. Webb Simpson has picked up a birdie. The lead moves to 6 under. Henrik Stenson had a 10-footer to post 6 under par, but he missed it there at the 18th. So the clubhouse lead is -5. The overall lead -6. And Stricker to match Keimer at -1.
A couple very nice short game shots there. First by Stricker down the hill.
Not sure if that was a ball mark or not. The ruling is no.
So Stricker had to throw it up the hill, and then Keimer, just a great little wedge shot there, just fed it down the hill perfectly.
That's a great look. That ball did not have any problem with that little mark. Then he knocked it in.
Clearly that long left spot over that par 5 green is the place to hit it. That's 2 for 2 that we've seen from that area there, Stricker. But back to your conversation, I've got to think, Brian, that if he wants to go play in the President's Cup team, he's a given. I would put him in the lineup if I was the captain right away.
I'm sure Fred Couples is taking notes. Stricker is now 5 back on the tee. Satoshi Kodaira.
Good golf swing right there.
Young man got into the field by winning the Japan Golf Tour Championship in 2013.
Also a winner once on the Japan Challenge Tour. But now on the world stage, playing with another former British amateur champion. Excuse me, a former U.S. amateur champion,
Correct.
Richie Ramsey. And the Scotsman puts it down the left-hand side. That's going to just miss the fairway. We'll see what he does from there. Webb Simpson at 6 under. Few holes left to put the finishing touches on a really nice round here at Firestone.
Back at your first round coverage from the WGC Bridgestone Invitational. Japanese golfer Satoshi Kodaira on the second, the par 5 from 230 yards. Nice shot there, Travis. He parred the first, got himself in position now.
Great golf swing. Haven't got to watch him play too much, but a very, very good golf swing. Great lines, shafts on plane, face square, a lot of explosiveness in the body. Good stuff.
There are lots of impressive golfers, as you know, from the Far East. Now, Scotsman Richie Ramsey just from the left semi from 231 yards. Appeared to have caught that a little heavy, wouldn't you say, from that lie there?
Yeah, I don't think he caught it all. You can tell by his reaction there. Maybe caught it a blade or two low in the face, came up a little short.
Little head shaking on the go there as he strides up what is a pretty steep hill to this par 5. The camera doesn't do it any justice, but it's a pretty sharp upslope there. So Webb Simpson leading affairs now moved to 7 under par. Really got it going on the first round. Henrik Stenson in with a 65. Nice rounds by Ryan Moore and Chris Wood.
Tiger playing solid. Give up a couple there in the par 5. I think he'd like to get that 3-putt back on 16. Kind of made a mess on 2 there. Short, just right there on the fringe there. Couldn't quite get the birdie down. Playing pretty solid other than those 2 holes.
I know, as you and I fellow instructors, nice to see Scott Piercy shoot a 2 under par round of 68 after the advice he took from Dave Stockton in the practice rounds.
Yeah, Piercy was struggling with his putting, and yesterday saw him out there with Dave Stockton. Made a couple little adjustments. We saw him earlier today make a birdie here on the 2nd hole, and seems to be working thus far. It's always small things with these guys, you know, in putting. It's little tweaks here and there, maybe a little ball position. I know they move the ball back in Piercy's situation. You know, maybe a little different position in the hands, form, alignment, aim of the face and or the shoulders. You know, just small things. And I think the key is as a teacher, and as you know, Mark, when you're working with this level of player, you're trying to create an environment for them to be instinctive. And oftentimes it's just a small thing, and it just frees them up, and all of a sudden off they go.
It's uncanny. And you talk about small things. Richie Ramsey, with his hand full, there's a cross bunker that is from where he is 36 yards away from the flag, so a long bunker shot for his 3rd for the Scotsman. Clean contact paramount here. You had to think, though, that from that sort of situation, the mistake that he was going to make was to hit it too long and hit it too clean. So a little heavy probably from there, and then the ball comes back down that false front.
Well, we talked about that earlier. I think he hit that fat, and you can't get it on the longer bunker shot. You can't get away with that chunk and run. You know, where in the shorter bunker shot, sometimes you hit it fat and it ends up okay because it runs out. But in the longer one, you don't get away with it as much. So I think that was the case there.
Well, yeah, as a major play. He seems to show up in the big events. Angel Cabrera, just a wonderful guy, very entertaining, and just a beautiful golfer. I oftentimes make times just to go and watch him hit balls in the range. It's so free-flowing. You use the term instinctive. This is it right here. Yeah. He has got off to a birdie start. And you know this tee shot's going to get a ride.
I think that's what impresses me the most is how far he hits it. You know, he hits it just under 300 yards every time off the tee. I think that's probably got to be out there fairly close to that, I would imagine. But
now Satoshi Kodaira with an eagle putt from 58 feet on the 2nd green, the par 5.
We've seen a couple already today. Saw Henrik Stenson earlier from the back, Bubba from the front left. This one's drifting off to the left there.
A lot of movement from the back of this green complex down to that whole location. You know, that thing was always going to move a lot from right to left. And oftentimes, wouldn't you agree that it would be tough to hang it out there too much because they don't want to leave themselves that downhill 5-footer for the birdie?
Yeah, I think a good rule of thumb when you're coming down the hill like that, fast greens, is to borrow more break. You know, I think for amateurs at home, I mean, downhill putts break so much more than uphill putts. And so many times on downhill, our eyes don't see enough break. You know, you can see break better from below. So when you're standing up high and it's quick and you're seeing 5, 6, 7 inches, I always encourage my players, just go ahead and throw it out there 9, 10, 11. You know, oftentimes double it, take more break, got to hit it softer, feed it down there. I think it's good advice for a lot of our listeners back home.
Rely on gravity, right? Oh, looking for the gravity to do the job there, Richie Ramsey. Should be able to knock that home. That'll be a par 5, and he'll be through 2 holes, 1 over par.
You know, it's interesting. I think we've seen players control the distance better, pin high to the right, on the quicker putt than we have for those going up the hill.
Thunder Bear, Torbjorn Olsen, par on the first, starts one up the right side of this par 5.
That's the first one we've seen that far to the right today.
Yeah, you're right. More of the misses, or the bulk of the misses, have been on the left as the players have tried to hug the corner. Nakadara cleaning up for the 2-putt birdie. Officially 4 feet 3 inches.
There you go. Nice bird. I like this young man. I don't know much about him, but I like him. I like his game here. I like his style.
You're right. Appears very disciplined in his approach. A lot of the players that play on the Japanese and the Asian tours are very disciplined.
Yeah, they are.
Very well poised.
Ooh, boy, he tried to ram that in there. Hit that way too hard, didn't he?
My bad. I think I put the muckers on him there as I conceded that. If this was a match play game, I would have been aggrieved at my early call over there.
Boy, I can't believe how hard he hit that putt. Maybe a little nerves here for Ramsey. Made a bogey at the first. Trying to settle in here, get his round going where he can just make some free swings, some free putts, get the nerves out of it.
What he's got going for him is that we guaranteed 72 holes.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to start, I know it's early, but he doesn't have to worry about Friday afternoon already, so he can just go ahead, keep playing, know it's a marathon, he's just got to pick shots off from now on.
Yeah, good point. We saw that with Daniel Popovic earlier, who was struggling, but to your point, Mark, no cut. Gained some experience here. Might take a few bumps for some of the younger players, first time playing in this event.
Pato Cabrera, such an easy-going character, isn't he?
He is, and he's a lot of fun to watch play. I got to tell you, he's just one of those guys that, he steps up there with the driver, and he just unleashes it. You kind of get the feeling that his attitude is, I'm just going to hit it as hard as I can. We're going to go up there, we're going to find it, and then I'm going to hit it as hard as I can again. We're going to go up there, we're going to find it, and then we're going to get it in the hole. I mean, he just kind of takes that simple approach. And he just goes out and executes, and it's fun to watch.
Kudos to his, from one instructor to another, to his teacher, Charlie Epps, who, from when he first met Angel, was like, this is how you go, we are not going to change who you are, we're going to modify what you do, and let you play your game. Olsen has missed his tee shot in an area where if he gets a little lucky, he could be able to thread one through these trees and get it up fairly close to the green on this par 5.
Yeah, I think the decision here is, I've got to keep it under the tree, number one. And then B, what do I want to leave myself for my third?
The Nikon Callaway rangefinder shows us 225, so it's in range for him. He can sting something out there a little lower with a straighter face club. The only issue is that cross bunker that's about 35 yards short of the green that he has to cover if he wants to get this on the surface.
Good shot. Kind of in that weird number, though. We've seen a lot of guys get it up there maybe a little too close, and they've kind of brought it in higher, hit the bank, and came back down to the front. So he's he's still got some work to do there.
Now the big Argentinian from 221 in the middle of the par 5 fairway. He's able to hit the ball a long way in the air, so he's got to fit the shot coming in here. So the ball won't come down the hill, but Pato Cabrera will have an eagle attempt here on the par 5 second green. Stay with us. Torbjörn Olsen on the par 5 second green from 51 yards away. Gets the thumbs up from playing partner Cabrera. That's a nice shot. He'll have a good birdie attempt here on the par 5. Little right to lefter.
Yeah, well done there. Got it to the top of the hill. We've seen a lot of guys hit it into that bank, and it's come back off to the front there, so well done.
It gets me to thinking about distance control in that sort of awkward 50-yard range shot. What advice do you have for our viewers?
Well, I think the first thing when you get into that kind of that gray area is to control shaft lean. I just see so many players lean the shaft so far forward, and the ball when they hit it solid, the ball comes out too hot. The leading edge comes into play, so they're not really managing the divot so much. I think the first step is to be a little more conservative with the shaft lean. Have a little forward lean, but let's not go too far. And then from there, I think the ball will launch high enough and at a more consistent angle where you can get more in touch with your rate of turn.
Talk about a launch. As the airplane zooms overhead, Sergio Garcia, he can launch them for a slightly built man. And perennially one of the better ball strikers in the game, young Sergio.
He is. I mean, this is a fun golf swing to analyze here. He's got a lot of lag, and then just body just throws it out. Watch this. Quick hook there. It's going way left.
It's been a common miss, though. You know, the players are trying to hug the left side of the fairway because it gets them in that flat area, and they get a bit of trundle on from that slope that's in the fairway there. And then they just overturn one as they hang back to try and get it because the hole's uphill, so they hang back a little bit and overturn that thing. You got to think this is a fun pairing for the spectators to watch. Sergio and Ricky Fowler both individual golf swings.
Yeah.
But both can really lash it, and when they get going, can really manhandle a golf course as well.
Yeah, it's definitely their swings. You know, if you were to stand on the driving range at a PGA Tour event, you would be able to pick out Sergio's swing, and you'd certainly be able to pick out this swing as well, Ricky Fowler. You'll see he takes the club a little outside, going back, then drops it back underneath.
Likes to move it from right to left. This is the kind of hole where I think if Ricky Fowler died and went to heaven, he'd like want to play these all day long. Just nice little turners off the tee and allow him to flight it, because he hits the ball surprisingly high.
Yeah.
You really can get it out there for another slightly built young golfer.
Well, most of these guys like to see that ball off the driver a little right to left. This fits their eye beautifully.
For the big bird, Cabrera from 42 feet.
Ball's going to want to go to the right a little bit at the end. Not too bad.
It's the kind of putt there that he really couldn't be aggressive. He was right on the cusp of things. If that ball was just about 5 feet left, the second shot would actually take that slope and wander on down to the hole, but he left himself in a position, even though it was for eagle, it was one of those defensive type attempts that he had to make.
So I'm going to turn just a little to the left. Ooh, didn't quite play enough.
Travis, we've seen that putt miss left all day long.
Yep.
The guys just aren't trusting the slope that's on the backside of the green. So all of a sudden, acknowledges the crowd. He'd like to have got that one, but that'll be a par for the young Dane.
Yeah, hit a good wedge shot in there. Need to capitalize on that after a sporty little wedge shot there from the bottom of the hill. Now Cabrera here. He's got to get this one down. He'd feel like a bogey here if he missed this. Center shafted. Belly putter inserted just left of the belly button. A lot of ways to make par.
He didn't enjoy that way to make par, though.
No,
he'll be a little hot around that Argentinian collar as he strolls onto the third tee. There you go. There's the bouncing belly putter.
Like I said, that one's going to feel like a bogey.
So guys, first round of the WGC Bridgestone Invitational. We'll see you soon. conditions ripe for scoring here in the first round of the World Golf Championships Bridgestone Invitational. Webb Simpson leading the pack. 7 under with a hole to go. Henrik Stenson in the hut with a 5 under 65. Solid rounds from Ryan Moore, Chris Wood, and Tiger Woods now in the house at 4 under par. Travis.
Yeah, solid round for Tiger as we go back to the fairway here. Ricky Fowler.
From 223, one of the longer tee shots of the day, right in the middle of the fairway. Second shot plays uphill, ball above the feet. You would think this one would turn a little from right to left, wouldn't you?
He didn't like it. I think he came out of that a little bit. Sounded a little skinny. Face shut down on him. Should be able to handle that there.
While we were at break, Sergio Garcia playing up the third fairway. Looking for the big high carving fade over those hardwood trees there. That's the kind of player Garcia is. He's got all manner of shots. He can hit them all, and that was presumptuous from where he was down there, don't you think?
It was.
Sergio currently 64 in FedEx Cup points. 10 events, 10 cuts made. He's had 4 top 10s, but but by Sergio's standards, you always think that he should be right near the top of the leaderboard, wouldn't you go?
Yeah, we've always, interesting with Sergio, we've always looked at him as a great ball striker, which he is, and his putting, of course, went through a tough stretch there. But right now, he's first in strokes gained putting. Right now, coming into this week. Bill Haas with the driver here on the second, back on the tee, perfect position.
He is a top 10 machine this year. I believe he's had something in the order of 7 top 10s and a victory at the AT&T. Great young man, wonderful swinger. I've got the personal belief that Billy has got to be one of those guys that could almost be the future of American golf. He could really stick up his hand and go, I'm the guy in the Ryder Cups and the President's Cups.
Yeah, I think that's the question with Bill Haas, though, is whether or not he wants that, and he views himself that way. He certainly has the skill sets. He seems, the arrow continues to point up. Does he view himself as that level of player?
Well, Ernie Els has been that player for us South Africans. He's led the charge after the Black Knight Gary player, and a hero to many over there. In fact, a dear friend to us, and but always been such a great source of counsel. He's a wonderful player. He's had a tremendous career. Sergio from in the green side bunker, shortened to the left of this par 5, well below the putting surface.
Just didn't carry it far enough.
That's a precarious little area there. That slope that his ball just got repelled down is the one that's given all the players fits. They've just gotten the thing a little short of that, and it's come back to them. And then if it gets over there, it makes distance control tough if they're putting from short of that area. Garcia's like a couple, 3-4 inches from having the ball inside of 4 feet for birdie there.
Exactly. You got to land the ball just past the top of that knob there. And I think if Ricky can do that, the ball will check and then just filter down the hill perfectly. And I think with that pin location, the guys that have gone for it in 2, definitely a lower scoring average for those that have not.
Here's an interesting looking lie here.
Hard to tell if that ball is all the way down in the bunker or not. By the way he's standing, looks like he's got a difficult one here. That might have been in the. I don't think that was in the bunker, Mark. That was actually
I think that
it
had just hung up there, and he was just on the edge of the bunker. Was standing down in the sand, I believe. Was well down the grip. Always tough to get the distance right on those ones that are well above your feet because the face wants to shut down, and he didn't want to get that thing left quickly. Don't
you could see him gripping down on it, and playing for the ball to go to the left. You got to stay very steady on those shots. You don't want any lower body movement. Keep the weight left. You want to keep the sternum, kind of the button on your shirt. You want to keep it right at the golf ball. And you almost got to take it back where your arms and hands are just a little bit more independent of your turn. You don't want a turn going back. You want your arm swing to go back, hinge it where your chest just kind of stays right there, and then you can turn it through.
Sergio's really improved with this club this year, and it's been the function of a lot of the top 10 finishes he's had. It's the kind of putt that he can hit. He's given us a good ride.
Ooh. Yeah, he has improved. As I was mentioning earlier, he's first right now in strokes gained putting. And I don't think that name, Sergio Garcia, would come to mind if you were to ask participants out there who's leading that statistic. But he is. And I tell you, I give him credit to go into that grip and staying with it. You know, he did try a couple different things, but he really settled in on kind of that claw or the modification of the claw, and he's built some rapport with it now and some consistency with it, and you kind of get the feeling now that his putting is no longer a weakness.
Well, Fowler's had the benefit of watching that putt of Sergio's come right before him, so he should have a real idea as to the line and the speed, and the speed's been crucial on putts from this range. Everyone's underhit it and the ball's broken more than they've expected.
It's a good putt.
There you go.
Yep.
Took advantage of the playing lesson he got from his playing partner, Ricky Fowler, to red figures.
An adventurous hole for those two.
Looks like there's still a fresh breeze out there, and on this par 5 second hole, a little bit over the player's right shoulder, helps him to turn the ball a little bit into the play off the tee, and then playing a little down breeze on that second shot, which plays also a little bit uphill.
Gosh, just a perfect day to play golf. About 75 degrees, low humidity, just a slight breeze. It's just perfect here in Akron this afternoon. Ernie Els now going for it in 2.
231 up the slope. Just a beautiful action, this.
Yep.
Appears that he caught that one slightly heavy. Looked like he'd hung back on her slightly and just hung it out the right. But he's in a spot there where he can play. He can get the ball within 10 feet or so and get himself an opportunity.
Yeah,
but as I was watching him there, sorry, Travis, I was thinking, you know, if you're a golfer and you want to get a lesson about swing rhythm and tempo, Billy Haas, Ernie Els, where else would you go?
Well, Ernie Els gets my vote on that one. Not too bad here either. Bill Haas, watch this rhythm.
225 up the slope. His brother and caddy Jay like that one, and as Bill should in the green, he's going to have himself an eagle opportunity here on the second to par 5. And one of our feature groups that we're going to pay attention to this afternoon, presented by Rolex, Rory McIlroy and Brandt Snedeker. Stay tuned. Ernie Els, third shot on the par 5 second hole, 50 yards in the right semi-rough. The rough down on that side of the hole is not too thick, Travis.
I don't think he's going to be too happy with that one. Ball trickling away there. A little bit of a ridge right there. We've been seeing that a lot. Early morning groups, guys not getting it to the top of the hill, and it just feeds all the way back down there. And he's got his work cut out there. We've seen a lot of guys struggle with the speed coming back up that hill for their birdie putt.
Back some 26 yards to the tee. Rory McIlroy, par on the first. I could watch that golf swing all day long.
Yeah, it's a fun swing. I mean, he moves it out there. Just about 300 yards every time he hits that club. It makes the game a little bit easier, Mark, when you can hit it out there 300 every time.
No doubt. Bill Haas from 60 feet for an eagle.
Should move back to the right a little. Just kind of got on the wrong side of that ridge there. Thought that would be a little better than that coming down the hill. Just looking to two-putt, though. You know, you're not going to make a lot of those putts. You know, I think, and I'm talking to amateur players, they, you know, I need to be making more putts from 20, 25 feet. Well, the reality is you probably shouldn't. You should be two-putting more. You know, control the speed, get your two-putt, get out of there. Whether it's you're putting for birdie, par, or bogey, a two-putt is a two-putt.
Our Canadian Open champion, Brandt Snedeker, after a par on the first. Sends one down the fairway. This is an area of the game that Snedeker has really improved. You know, he's always been fantastic with the putter, but his ball striking numbers are miles up in 2013.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. I mean, the work that he's done with Todd Anderson, and they've done some really good things, and Brandt's ball striking has certainly improved.
Ernie, after what was a pretty poor third shot, is 33 feet. Big right to left swinger for a birdie on the par 5.
And speaking of improvement, I mean, this has been the area for Ernie that you kind of get the feeling we talked about Sergio earlier, and how putting is no longer his Achilles heel. I think that's the case with Ernie now too. I think he's weathered the storm with the putter, and he is in a good spot with this now. And now it's going to all change again in 16, and he's going to have to cut that thing down to 34, 35 inches.
That's a birdie 4 for Billy Haas, who now is 2 under par for his first round. Good start, 2 birdies. You talk about cutting it down. Bill Haas went back and forth from the anchored putter to the short one, and was telling me at the Greenbrier that he doesn't think it's that big an adjustment, honestly. He's like, he said to me, but he's such an easygoing guy anyway. He's like, you know what, long, short, anchored, not anchored, you still got to make your stroke and go.
Well, you certainly got to like that attitude, you know. Have the right attitude about it, embrace it, make the change.
It's par 5 for the Big Easy. It's a par start. He's on his way here in the first round of the WGC Bridgestone Invitational. Rory and Brandt on the way. Stay with us. Webb Simpson with a late bogey, now in the house, 64, 6 under par. Henrik Stenson with a bogey-free 65, good start. And then a host of really talented players, 4 under par. Jason Duffner right in the mix. And your pick, Bubba Watson. Travis is having a good first round here at the WGC Bridgestone Invitational.
Yeah, he played the back 9 first, came to our hole here, which was his 11th hole, the second on the golf course, par 5. Made a great eagle, backed that up with a birdie there on the 3rd. And he's been running a stretch of par since. Good opening round, though, for Bubba. Talked about Scott Piercy earlier. A couple putting adjustments paying off for him. 2 under 68 right there on the first page of the leaderboard. Long ways to go.
Karadesh Apibarat with a start in the red numbers, and Ian Poulter with a solid round was talking coming in how he was happy with his game coming off the momentum of the Open Championship. Nice start there for Ian Poulter. So back to the second hole. Brand Snedeker in the fairway having a cut.
Like he's throwing it out to the right hand side, trying to turn it back to the left. Come up a little short. Have a little pitch and run from there. Try to get up and down for his birdie. There's Rory now. Long iron. And try to carry this into the middle of the green.
That's come from 210 yards. The longest drive in the fairway today from McIlroy. Just floats one easily into the center of the green. Makes it look so easy, this young man. Just a prodigious talent. And you've got to think it's just a matter of time before he finds his top form again, don't you?
Yeah, I think so. You know, I think Rory's, he's obviously had a lot of success at an early age. He's playing golf at the highest level all over the world. A lot of things happening off the golf course, just learning how to manage it all. And I think it's a matter of time, to your point, Mark, before we see him back to playing at the level that he once was. Now here's Snedeker at the front of the green. We've seen the shot a few times today. It's really all about managing the trajectory and the spin here. You got to get this ball to land just at the top of that slope with a little bit of kind of a flat bounce, a little bit of a check, and then let it filter down.
The groans from the gallery show you that that's stuck right in that speed bump that they've got just about 10 feet short of the flag. He looks back at his caddy and he's like, no, I needed a few more inches on that one. But, you know, that's the kind of shot that's right in Snedeker's wheelhouse, and you were making a very good point about him earlier.
Yeah, Snedeker is, we talked about his work with Todd Anderson. I saw him walking around out there earlier, and, you know, Snedeker's really improved his ball striking. He's always been a great putter, but his ball striking has certainly come a long ways.
You know, there's been so much conversation about Rory McIlroy. Nick Faldo has chimed in. Gary Players had something to say. But if you look at his numbers, you know, he's had 4 top 10 finishes. He's had a second in the Valera Texas Open that I was at. You know, he made a run late. And if it wasn't for Martin Laird shooting a final round 63, he's got a victory already. So it's a matter of time for this youngster. There's no doubt. He's going back as defending champion to the PGA Championship next week.
Yeah, and I think it's been this club here. I think the putter has let him down, and saw him working with Dave Stockton as well earlier this week, and that's what we've been seeing right there. I mean, that he's not going to be happy with that, but that was just a complete whiff there as far as distance control.
Caddy J.P. Fitzgerald standing mortified, hanging onto the flag. This was 52 feet. And he knew he underhit it from the word. Go look at the reaction. But you know what? That's what I also love about him. You know, there's a wry sort of a smirk and a smile on the face. He's like, you know what? It's really only a putt. I've got another attempt going on here. And that's why some of the reason why I feel like he's prone to bouncing back so quickly.
Yeah. Well, he's handled it well. I mean, I guess every player is going to go through a point where, you know, things aren't ideal. They're not going your way, and you got to work through that. Where can I improve? Get back to work. Start building some confidence.
It's the ultimate learning curve in that situation of the game too, because you're going to learn more in your failures than what you're going to learn in your successes. Bob Jones, a few of my heroes said so, and I'm sure Rory's learning a lot about managing all the expectation that he's put on himself and that the fans and the media and everyone else has for him. And when he figures this all out, look out. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when with this youngster.
I think a little bit of lack of focus there on that second putt. The first one certainly not up to his standards, but then follows that up with really another whiff. He's still got about 5 or 6 feet left for par. Now here's Snedeker. Pop stroke. That one a little too much speed.
He was a little energetic with that attempt there for Birdie. He's going to leave himself that little sneaky downhill left to righter for a par save.
Well, I'll tell you, if you blink, you're going to miss Snedeker hitting a golf shot.
It happens quickly. He certainly doesn't hang around. Says that Tom Watson is one of his idols, and obviously Watson, once he's made the call, is so decisive, goes ahead and pulls the trigger right away, which is something Rory and Dave Stockton try to do. It's like one look and make your stroke.
It's for par. He needs this to avoid. That was for a 3-putt from the front of the green. Not his best effort with the flat stick, and that's what's let him down. The putter has not been good for Rory McIlroy. His stats statistically, hitting the ball, like I said, he's hitting it out there 300 yards. He's hitting plenty of greens. It's the putter to win and play at the level that he wants to play at. The putter has to be working, and this always seems to be working for Snedeker as he rolls in his par, coming off a win last week, the RBC Canadian Open.
And our major champions group: Phil Mickelson, Justin Rose, Open champion, US Open champion Mickelson. With that strong 3-wood of his. Says it's been the key to his game, has lowered the spin and he's been able to hit the ball further and in the fairway more.
I think it's smart. I think what I get out of it and listening to him talk about it is it's built around his attack angle. I think Mickelson hits down on it a little bit, and with the driver, that's not real conducive, and it can cause some problems. So what he did is he just built a club that's built a little bit more around his attack angle, where he doesn't have to change that, and he can just go up there and take the same swing at it like he would his 5-iron. So I think it's a smart move. Leave it up to Phil to come up with the creativity to make that work.
After the bogey start, Justin Rose. He has all of the shots. Maybe a little dicey with the putter, but to me, really almost the complete game, Justin. He has got so much, the youngster, now just got his first major championship. Wonderful group to watch. Stay with us here in the first round of the WGC Bridgestone Invitational. back with our twosome of major champions here, Phil Mickelson, Justin Rose, both with good tee shots in the fairway. Rose just hit the driver and hit a little bit past Phil's strong 3-wood.
Pull up, please, folks.
Phil with 237.
Pull up, please.
Well, he certainly hasn't given up much going to that strong 3-wood. He gets that out there. Still a good clip, 290, 295. We saw it at the Open Championship. He had back-to-back 3-woods at the front of the green.
The Nikon Callaway rangefinder, 237 yards, this back left hole location. Beautiful view of the shot.
Right.
Lefty starts one out
All
to
right.
right, and looks like he's overcooked that one a bit there.
Yeah, that's a double cross there, trying to cut it in there, and they've got the face to shut down, and that ball just started right and went further right, and we're going to see a Phil special here in about
You got to
5
think
minutes.
that's the function of, you know, that hanging lie that he had, where, you know, he couldn't get through it as much, and so the face crossed over, and what was supposed to be a fade suddenly turned into a fade for a right-hander over there.
Yep. It's easy to do, you know, when you don't have much loft on the face. The miss is highlighted, but the double cross, you're going to miss the fairway, you're going to miss the green most of the time, no matter what club's in your hand. I think he was aiming well to the right there on the green and trying to play a big cut.
Justin Rose. We have the benefit of the Nikon Callaway rangefinder, 225 to this left hole location. Very disciplined approach out of the young man.
Just a great golf swing here for our viewers. Watch it from any angle. Just perfect body motion, great swing plane. It's really matched up.
A little out in front of that one, I'd have to think, too. It's going to need a little bit of a miracle to stay on the surface. There's that false front there, and off she goes down into that little gathering chipping area there. An area that a lot of players have had trouble getting the ball just over that little speed bump that's about 10 feet short of that par 5 hole location.
And that is no gimme getting that up and down there. It is very difficult to manage the speed coming up that hill. We have seen, really, I can't recall any coming up over the hill too hard where it's ran to the back of the green.
Mickelson, such a talent, such a wonderful man too. He's also been, you know, a little spotty here in his career at Firestone, but nonetheless coming in, he had a lot of good form. He's had 15 rounds in the 60s early on, and then come the weekend time, things slow down a little bit.
Yeah, well, I just was very happy to see Phil getting the winner's circle there at the Open Championship, get the third leg. I mean, Phil Mickelson, in our time, is probably one of the most criticized golfers that we have. I mean, we all have advice for Phil. We've all seen the heartbreak at the Open Championship with the 6 second-place finishes. You know, but he just continues to come back. He is probably one of the most resilient golfers that we've ever seen. 42 wins on the PGA Tour. I think he's done it his way. You know, I think he'd admit he's very stubborn. But you know, I'll tell you what, when he gets it going, he is fun to watch. And that 66 at the Open Championship on Sunday was really neat to see.
Looking at the banner there, his best finish in 1999, had a second place finish here at the WGC Bridgestone Invitational at Firestone South, and it speaks to me about the nature of the golf course.
Yeah.
You know, it's not to say Phil's not a fantastic ball striker, but he tends to spray it a little bit, and so you'd think that on these fairways that demand a lot of accuracy back in the early part of his career was going to catch him out, but now with that modified 3-wood and coming in here on some form, you like his chances this weekend?
Yeah, I do. It changes things. You know, and he's got so much confidence with it right now. I mean, you just get the feeling that he just feels like he can hit it long and straight every time he hits it. And I go back to what I said earlier. I think he feels like he can take his 3-wood now off the tee, the strong 3-wood, and he can take the same swing with that club as he is with a middle iron, and it doesn't feel any different. You know, with the driver, it's teed up higher. You know, I've got to shallow the attack angle a little bit. I think Phil would hang back on it. He'd spray it a little too much. And it's a game changer, you know, and when you can get it out there 290 yards as well.
It's nice,
playing a golf
isn't it?
course.
Yeah. That's got to be fun. Testament to who he is as a competitor too. You can see as he walked down to go and survey his lie there, gets an ovation from the very appreciative gallery, and that speaks to the man that Phil is, and the hero that he is to so many folks.
He is certainly very good with the galleries, always engaging, always giving the thumbs up.
Well, I think, as a golf fan, we can identify with Phil a little bit. Sometimes he plays from the spots that we do, and you can see the emotion. He smiles and he interacts, as you point out, and he really lets you know what's going on with him. And I love to listen to his interviews. He's so engaging, and he's got so much good information to offer.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think he's one of the best interviews that we have out here on the PGA Tour, and he tells you what he's thinking. Well, we're going to get a Phil special here. I'm going to go ahead and sit up here so I can get a good look at this.
You and I are both leaning forward in our chairs. He's got 50 yards here for his third shot on the par 5. Looks to have drawn a pretty clean lie. So if I know Phil and I know that ledge that's just in front of the flag, he's trying to fly the thing the whole way there.
Yeah.
All I can do is marvel.
Stay there. A little unfortunate there. Caught that ridge.
But there's Phil. Try to fly it all the way to that flag. Most other players would probably just deal off that face a little bit and drive one in there a little low. He had all the green to work with, but Phil pulls out that super lofted wedge and just floats her up there. And now he's got an uphill birdie putt, albeit a difficult one. We have not seen it made yet. But just he sees shots that so many competitors don't.
Well, he's not afraid to throw it up in the air, and that's, I think, one of the differences. I think there's a handful of players off of any given lie are going to throw it way up in the air. It doesn't matter what the lie is. They're going to step in there. They're going to give it the big arm swing, a lot of speed, get that blade to slide underneath it and throw it up in the air. Where, to your point, Mark, I think most of the guys are going to see a little lower trajectory, keep the leading edge a little bit more involved, and drive it in there.
Low trajectory. Here's one from 83 feet. Rose with a putt is going to have to crank this one to get it all the way up to the hole.
That's what we've been seeing all day, just short to the left. Players not giving it enough respect up that hill. Hit it harder, and even borrow more break. So a tricky putt from the bottom there.
I expect you would have laid money on the fact that he would have left that one about 10 feet short from that range. We did a bit better than Rory McIlroy from a previous spot, maybe about 20 feet inside of him. Actually had the ball come back to him, did not manage to crest that slope there, and McIlroy ended up making a good 5-footer for a 3-putt par. Mickelson, though, you would think would be a little aggrieved, though, because he was hoping that he was going to see Rose's ball get to the hole and at least have an idea as to what was going to happen up around the cup there. But now he's flying blind as to how much that thing's going to break and what its speed is like once it crests that mound. It's about 10 feet short of the cup.
Let's see if Phil can get this to the hole. Good speed there, just not quite high enough.
I believe we've seen one ball from that range miss high.
Yeah.
Snedeker, and he hit it about 4.5 feet past the cup. So that's you've got to think this is the professional miss, just trying to topple her in the front edge because they know perhaps there's something we're not seeing, in that if they hit it beyond the cup, it's going to move on away from them, and they're playing a little defense from that range.
Well, it's been that club that has been very hot for Phil Mickelson. It's been the 3-wood off the tee and the putter that has really moved his game to the level that he likes to see it.
Rose now from 12 feet for a birdie to get back to even par. Down into the middle of the cup. That's a nice up and down. I guess not all 2-putts are the same, so you can roll one up and tap it in, and then you make a 12-footer for your second one. That's a good birdie, Justin Rose. He'll stroll on down to the third, the par 4.
240 to the front.
Okay.
All right. 235 carries that bunker in line with the front right.
Okay.
And that wind's all across.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep.
You heard the number 235 carries the front bunker. Jason Day drawn a good lie just to the left side of that cart path. Love his style of play, Travis.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite golf swings out here. There's so many things he does well, and he can really launch these longer irons up in the air. I look to see this carry this all the way up to the front part, maybe even the middle of the green. Oh, got the tree.
Sounded a little heavy. Sounded like the face got caught in that rough just before the ball and shut the blade down. I think she turned over a little early on him over there.
He's not gonna. It wasn't his best effort. The ball looked like he had a decent lie there. Get the club on it. Just really turned the face down at impact. We've seen some guys have some trouble on the left side here.
The Cooch from 238, back left hole location. Nikon colorway rangefinder shows us the number.
Get up, man. Go.
Also a little on the heavy side there. Hit the little drop kicker into the front bunker. Jason Day strolling up the fairway. We're going to get to see a replay of the second shot here to see exactly what happened. Ball below the feet, hanging low there with a long iron. Tough ask. And as we suspected, face turned over prematurely. They got hooked up in that thick rough and caught a good amount of wood there on those hardwoods left of the par 5 second fairway.
Slide down.
Pretty fortunate there. That ball could have kicked even further to the left and hit the tree there. Kind of came out of the tree there to the right, so he's still going to have a look here. Still in the rough, but take the spin off here as he approaches the green.
You know, I think you make such a valid point there. The issue we've been seeing for the players with the third shots, if they haven't hit it on the green in 2, has been the ball overspinning and coming back down that slope to them. So him coming out the rough will be able to reduce the spin on there and hopefully have the ball skip up to the back left hole location. It appears that the ball's kicked out into a decent spot there.
Yeah, I was out there earlier, and the rough, the rough is just long enough. Got some rain yesterday. It's, it's kind of nappy a little bit. You're gonna see some guys get some strange lies, and then you're gonna see some where the ball might be sitting up a little bit. So it's just long enough where I think it's these guys are gonna have to think about what club they're gonna have to hit here and what type of shot. They just can't go in there and wail at it every single time.
105 total that you cover in line with that purple guy is going to be 100. So I think you really need to land this sort of 102, 103. It's not going to get a lot of spin out of that. And then, we take what we get, or we can just go a hair further right and use the slope more to stop it. I'll just go probably just right again, like you say. Oh, red guys? Yeah, right. Yeah. Okay. Red guys will be 100 cover. Is it in? No, it's a puff in, Jake. Not much. I wouldn't go more than 200. We'll call it 103 cover. Just stand there, folks. Thank you. Thank you.
You have the number 103 adjusted to cover the front bunker. Jason Day from in the left rough, his third shot. He's aiming at the red guys behind the green. This guy's a major player. He shows up in the big events.
He does.
Not too sure where that one finished. Travis sounded like it was a little on the heavy side, but he was telling it to sit down. So I'm not sure if it's in that front bunk or if it's indeed a little long of the putting surface.
Yeah, I'm not sure where that one ended up. I think that might have carried the green, actually. Jason making a little bit of a mess of this hole.
Stay with us to hero number 2 at live at from the WGC Bridgestone Invitational.
In the middle of an eventful afternoon here at the World Golf Championships Bridgestone Invitational, some great scores came out of the morning wave of day one. Webb Simpson with a 64. That's your lead, posting 6 under par. Couple of bogeys on the card for Webb. It's a one-shot lead. This just a moment ago at the second. 4th shot for Jason Day. And that one close enough to make for his par. It's been an adventurous trip down the second for Day. Now live Matt Kuchar. Greenside bunker in 2. Splashed it to here. And this to move to 1 under.
That's been the typical miss from that spot there, Brian. All the players under reading and having the ball miss on the low side.
So Kuchar, a multiple winner this year for the first time in his career. Stays even through his first 2. When we run out of play here on the second, we'll move over to the 15th. Tough par 3 over on the backside of the course. Now Day to save his par. Already bogeyed the first. All right. Manages the conclusion there of the second. Jason Day was in the mix at the Masters. Looking to become the first Australian winner of that event. Adam Scott took the mantle as we go back to the tee, and Luke Donald. And Luke Donald, longer than he gets credit for, Mark, but that ball didn't roll at all.
No, there's a soft area down the left side of that par 5 fairway. A little swale. Would have gathered a little bit more water yesterday from the early rainfall we had. So I expect it's certainly softer up the left side of that fairway. But Keegan, on the other hand, 7 of 8 rounds here at Firestone. He shot in the 60s. He must like this place.
Indeed. Good vibes for Keegan Bradley.
He can flat out launch it. I expect this one to get the full treatment up this par 5 that measures only 524 yards.
Easy, and that's going to catch the fairway. The defending champion is in good position here. He was able to pick up the pieces when it fell apart there for Jim Furyk on Sunday on the final hole here at Firestone a year ago. And it is a sun-splashed Thursday afternoon. The forecast had rain in it, but the forecast has changed a couple of times. Rain yesterday kind of surprised the folks.
It really was. You know, when we arrived in town, it was raining harder than certainly I expected.
Tee shots were a moment ago. Luke Donald has made his way to his golf ball. And he is ready to go here. 243.
Such a beautiful balanced pass Donald always makes. Never looks like he's overhitting. You know, not too much exertion on the go. He understands who he is as a player. He understands what he's got in the wheelhouse. And there's never any challenging of that. So he plays to his strengths all the time. Such a wonderful example for all golfers out there.
You see that one, yet another victim of the false front. It was on the green but turned around. Looks like it may have nestled in between cuts also. See what Donald can do with that one. And considerably closer, Keegan Bradley.
Only has 213 to the pin after a 310-yard tee shot. The Nikon Callaway rangefinder shows it's 213.
Just an
Keegan
iron.
Sets one off the right, looking for it to turn a little left to this whole location. And right about aboard the dance floor. But we've seen here recently, Brian, that players have the greens picked up a little speed there just by the whole location.
Bradley getting his round started with a par at the first, an eagle putt at the second when we come back. One of the best short games in the world. Former world number 1 on display here from Luke Donald as he's just short of this par 5 second green.
The mistake has been made short here.
And that's another one. That may collect back. No, it stopped. That ball actually kind of wiggled a little bit both directions. There is a middle left hole location that slope guards. And that ball would appear to be in the slope, but obviously it's found a resting place. You got to rush with the change, Luke. You got to have some coins on hand.
That could be coming back down to him pretty shortly.
He went to the wrong pocket. I mean, how often do you go to the wrong pocket? He's got other things on his mind.
Yeah, I think looking very perplexed still. He's looking at that going, my goodness, I sent that in lower. I'm really surprised. So
let's look in at the 15th long par 3 and Charles Schwartzel on the tee. Right over the top of the stick. Schwartzel is just 5 shots back. The 15th only playing 207 today. Now Keegan Bradley. This to kickstart his round, and we're going to stare it down. Why I oughta.
Love his pre-shot routine, and you know what I respect about him. You know, he does his thing. He understands what he's got to do to bring out his best, and I'm sure his counterparts give him a little ribbing about the stutter step and all the rest. But Keegan does Keegan.
Is this going to reach? Well, not quite, but that's really good speed from there.
That's a good judgment there too. We were about to talk about it before the break, how it's dried out a little bit just beyond that flag there, and I've seen a few putts from that range trying to a good 4 or 5 feet by Angel Cabrera just a little while back. Rolled one by about 6 feet and 3 putted for a par. So good effort, Keegan.
At the 15th, Furyk also 1 under. Same as Schwartzel. A couple of good shots. 15th not playing as fiercely as it can, just at 207. We will see hybrids and possibly even fairway woods to that hole before the week is done. Back at 2, birdie putt for Luke Donald.
It's been under red. Luke started out to the right.
Ooh, that was a very good read. But another one
And
misses
another,
left.
I was about to say, another one just right across the front edge of the hole.
Par for Luke. 1 under. 5 off the lead. It's just about his time to win a major championship as well. This man got his in his first major championship start at the Atlanta Athletic Club. Hardly seems fair.
Yeah, you have to wonder, but you know, if there's a course that would suit this man's game, the Athletic Club, long, asks a lot. You've got to drive the ball well around there, and that's his game.
Birdie for Bradley. And he's 1 under. Just like that, Fault's tied for 11th. A former PGA champion heading to next week's PGA Championship at Oak Hill.
Well, first time defending a major championship next week for him too. No, pardon me. That's my error. I was thinking
we skipped a year.
We did. We skipped a year.
Time flies when you get into your lower 40s. Back to the 15th, Schwartzel for birdie.
Charles has battled with a putter this year. He was telling me out in San Antonio that he's really been fiddling around and then found a bit of form, has been, you know, fiddling with the way he grips the club, but just has not found his mojo on the greens just yet, because he just strikes the ball so cleanly and hits the ball long and straight and is always giving himself lots of opportunities. But as you can see there by his expression, just is always feeling like he's coming up that little bit shy on the putting greens.
Here's a man that has struggled with the putter off and on. Was in control of this tournament last year until the 72nd hole. Jim Furyk is currently 5 back. One of my favorite Furyk stories, the putter he won the FedEx Cup with, he bought used in Boston.
Also a man that's not afraid to experiment, you know. Came with the odd grip adjustment where he turned a putting grip and stuck it upside down onto the club for a different feel in his hands, and he's got a left hand low. He's tried it all. And it's testament to his experimental nature to try and get the best out of himself in the putting greens.
That was an eventful couple of week stretch. Furyk, if you remember, missed his Pro-Am time at the Barclays, didn't get that start, bought the putter at a used golf store the next week at the Deutsche Bank Championship, went on to win the FedEx Cup. My favorite part of the story is the guy that ran the used club store was trying to give Jim Furyk a discount on the used putter. He said, it's our Ryder Cupper discount. We give it to all Ryder Cuppers that come shop here.
Must have a good store, I guess. This is the range that's given Schwartzel fits this year, just at 4-foot range or so. He's going to have to make a good contact with this one to hold it inside the right edge of the hole.
Nope. Blips out on the right-hand side.
You know, I hate to talk it on a fellow countryman, but that has been his Achilles heel this year. That just that inside a 6-foot sort of range, he has not made his share yet this year.
A 3-putt bogey for Charles Schwartzel. Back to even par. And as they walk off, we go back to the tee at 15.
With mainly off the left, touch of help. It is.
Scotsman Martin Laird, for me, one of the most impressive rounds of the 2013 season, that final round at the TPC San Antonio, where he came from well out of the picture and just blistered the back nine to end up winning. Tremendous round. And also the kind of guy hits it long, high. And when he gets it going, can really step on the gas.
207. This might not be more than a 6-iron. What wind there is will be hurting here, though. Not that he ever cares.
He hits it over the wind, doesn't he?
That may have been the 5.
But you actually heard him say, wow, he's like, that thing went a long way. And that's who Martin Laird is. You can see he's had a long iron in there. As he's just pointed out, he's flushed it. And the ball's hit the green like a butterfly with sore feet. He can just bring those long irons in from thousands of stories up.
Now Zach Johnson. It's just the 6th hole of the day for this group. They started on the back. Zach bogeyed the 13th.
Would be an interesting pairing to watch, in as much as what Laird hits the ball just way up into sky. Johnson flats it a lot more. You know, he's got that stronger grip, holds the face off, and you know, he's more of a trapper of the golf ball. So with his front left hole location, I expect this is going to start a little right, and he'll hit that little baby patented draw of his. This should be green light for him if there's not too much wind disturbance.
And it was. Good shot from Zach Johnson. And another green hit today for Zach. He's only missed one. They head back toward the clubhouse at the 15th. The monster par 5 16. Of course, this group has plenty of golf left, and everybody chasing Webb Simpson. The action at the par 3 15th. Our live at coverage here in round 1. The World Golf Championships Bridgestone Invitational. You won't see too many other putts this long. Martin Laird just inside 70 feet for birdie here at 15. That's a pretty good roll.
The speed he was going at, he might have gotten to that hole close before the ball got there. That's good speed control, as you so rightly point out there.
We're nearing the end of the season. Martin Laird has had 200 putts outside of 25 feet this year. How many of them do you think he's made? Outside 25 feet for the year.
I would say 5.
Good guess, 9. But I think the viewers at home might think that these guys make more than that. This year, Martin Laird has made 9 putts longer than 25 feet. That's it.
Yeah.
You watch highlights when you get home and you think everybody makes every 40-footer they look at, and Martin Laird's made 9.
Wow, that's an incredible stat. I guess low just because the manner of the question you were asking to me.
Yeah, very intuitive.
You know, my instinct would have said 200. I would have went for 10% of those. That's surprising. Now here's a guy that can convert with a flat stick, Zach Johnson. Not too much in this birdie putt, this to move him back to even par. I wouldn't think he can leave the cup on this one, Brian.
And he doesn't.
Nice firm wrap.
Zach Johnson back to even par. That's 6 behind Webb Simpson. Derek Ernst has made it to the second. Hanging it out to the right. And that's a favorable bounce or two.
That's surprising for Ernst. Normally they lay the sprinkler line on his tee shots. He's fantastically accurate off the tee. He really can hit that driver straight. And, you know, obviously at Quail Hollow, which demands a lot of accuracy off the tee, you know, he would have had a field day out there. And so he came through and won.
This is a great look, though, at what the players are looking at. You're not looking at the left side of the fairway. So he may not have missed that by more than 2 or 3 steps.
Good point.
And Richard Sterney.
This is an underrated golfer. I've had the good pleasure of working with Richard on his game for a little while, and he has got all sorts of talent. Can hit the ball a prodigious distance for a slightly built guy, and you know, was out of the game for a long while. I think it was almost on 2 years with a almost debilitating back injury, and he came back. He's had a win since then and threatened in the French Open when McDowell won. Wonderful player, Richard.
Back to the 15th, David Lynn.
.15, as you point out a little earlier, has had the teeth taken out of it. There's still a little bit of a breeze, but normally this hole can be beastly. The wind is just slightly in and off the left as Peterson gets over this hybrid club. Hole measuring 207 yards, front left hole location. We saw Carl Peterson in the practice round yesterday with the short putter, so he's gone to the he's made the adjustment from the anchored putter already in preparation for 2016, and haven't talked to him about it, but he seems pretty confident on the greens.
How about that hybrid stopping about a foot away from its pitch mark? This hole will be longer by the end of the week. He can get over 235 or so. Webb Simpson in with a 64 leads the way. Happy Thursday to you. The opening round of the Bridgestone Invitational, one of the World Golf Championships. The Firestone Country Club in Akron. Richard Sterney, according to the Nikon Callaway rangefinder, has 231 yards.
Right off the right.
Exactly.
Sure it's not too much.
No. Slightly uphill slope, it should pitch soft anyway. Finger soft.
Thinks he's got too much club here, Mark.
Knowing the distance that Richard hits it, I would think this is 3-iron then, because he'd want to go with 4 from there. So he's
Go.
got the 3-iron up the hill. Sounds a little heavy though.
Missed it. That'll gather backwards, but it's going to work. Heads back down towards its pitch mark. It's going to go another 5 feet or so, but that's not bad. And he missed it. So you would think that Richard was correct then, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Too much club?
It was one of those where the caddy was going, please be the right club, when it was in the air, and just the fortuitous miss hit actually there. Derek Ernst from in the right semi. Not as long a header, going in with the hybrid club from the semi-rough. Good lie there though.
Boy, that sounded clean, but he's left it out to the right. And a cross-country eagle putt coming up for Derek Ernst. A couple of players aboard here in 2. Back to 15, Carl Peterson, the new putter, the new form for birdie. And it's working. So the modified claw with the shorter putter working for Carl Peterson. You saw David Lynn moving his mark. This was his birdie putt a moment ago, and it runs out of steam. So it seems like Carl Peterson hasn't made too many adjustments. He's shortened the putter, still got the right hand doing the same thing that it was doing. What do you think is the adjustment we just saw?
Well, just obviously he's not lodged into the belly right now. Before that, David Lynn for par, just a few feet down the hill. Just should be right center here. And
that'll work.
Catches the left edge and topples on in. All 2 putts are worthwhile. It's at the bottom of the cup. Lynn moves on. But back to Carl Peterson. You know, he's always been a little spotty on the green, so he went to the anchored putter. But, you know, the way he's holding it now, it doesn't lend itself to a lot of wrist movement and stuff. So it's obviously playing very much the same as what the anchored putter did. And he, if he shows some form, is going to a place in Sedgefield where he played the bulk of his collegiate career and junior career at.
He's 103 in FedEx Cup points. That's near the bubble with just a few events left. Derek Ernst has reached the par 5 second in 2. Eagle putt to move under par.
Greens are that foot or so quicker this afternoon. Earlier in the morning, with it being a little softer in the shade there, the ball would have stopped up, but just moving on that few feet extra as it runs beyond the cup. And he got that one low early and started to move back down that hill that has the influence from the back portion of the green. So he'll still have a good 10 feet or so up the hill for his 2-putt birdie.
Ernst, the surprise winner. Quail Hollow Club, the Wells Fargo Championship.
Now Richard Stoney for an eagle here on the second. A putt that's been struggled with speed-wise today. Lots of movement from right to left. Most players have missed this one to the low. He's at even par. Brian, I feel like I've said the same thing about that putt on every call, and it's just every player has underread that. It's beginning to flummox me a little bit, as to they're not seeing the influence of the hill behind that cup.
Well, we see it week in and week out, especially in the live at coverage, that a putt will be read the same way by these professionals all day long, whether it's correctly or incorrectly. As we flash back over to 15, Brandon Grace. I want to ask you why you think that is. How about that shot from Brandon Grace?
Look, to your question, right before that, Brandon is a wonderful player and one of South Africa's real talents right now. But it says to me that, you know, these players are all, they might not swing the same, but they all come out of a similar mold in what their eyes see and how their mind reacts to a golf course. So for me, it's more the vision and the understanding of how the golf course fits in front of them.
Ernst to complete the 2-putt, and there's a lot of work left here. It was fast one direction, slow the other.
You can hear him say it was so slow, and so what that tells me is that there must have been a little bit of grain. I know the greens are bent grass, and there's not too much grain in bent greens, but there has to be a little, you know, surface grass movement down the hill there. So he's going down grain on the eagle putt and into the grain on the uphill putt.
Wonderful first effort from Stoney, and he can tap that one in.
Also starts to make sense. I believe it's the grain influence that forces that ball across the hole for that eagle putt. Now over to 15 and Paul Casey. Casey likes to move the ball from right to left in the air. That front left hole location should fit his eye.
Just a little short. We know that ball wouldn't have taken a firm bounce. He may not have. Casey, 226 in FedEx Cup points. Here's Brett Rumford on the tee at number 2.
Brett's had a good European Tour season thus far. Had a victory earlier in the season, and has been very consistent this year. Wonderful wedge players, Rumford, to me. I used to spend lots of time watching him hit 50 to 80 yard wedges. Got wonderful control and good flat control on those shots.
Playing alongside John Merrick, and he's lost it out to the right. One hop down into the fairway bunker. Can anyone in the afternoon get anywhere near Webb Simpson? A one-shot lead here at Akron. The par 5 second. John Merrick laid up. Brett Rumford next.
310-yard tee shot. It's out of the ordinary for Brett. You know, he's more a player that prides himself on accuracy and good wedge control.
8 out there to the top of the slope on the right.
Now, Brett may not know it, but that's the garden spot here on this second hole, long and left to the back left hole location.
The Kevin Streelman shot, that second shot came from 209 yards away, and looks like he hung back and turned it over, and the ball went a little further than he certainly needed. But we've seen 2 guys down there, and we've seen 2 conversions for birdie, so clearly not so bad down there.
Now Paul Casey for birdie from just off the green at 15. Oh, robbed.
My goodness, gravity failed its job there for a split second. That did everything but go in.
Well, that's what happens when you're outside the top 200 in FedEx Cup points. Nothing goes your way, but it's good to see him healthy again. We agree, Paul. That one should have gone down. Closer look at Paul Casey. Played his college golf at ASU. What a college town Tempe, Arizona is. You see the FedEx Cup points. Has not made a ton of starts. 226, the long shot to make the playoffs this year. Now Brandon Grace at 15. Great approach. Now the 15th hole. Treating this group rudely.
Charles Schwartzel also missed that putt high from that side, so clearly the 2 young South Africans looking for something that wasn't there. He looks over. Interesting tidbit. The young man that's caddying for him is a youngster called Zach. Well, not young, he's kind of my age. And found by Gary Player at Sun City. Used to caddy for Gary Player as a young man.
Back at the second, Merrick laid it up to here. 88 yards.
Will need to control the spin on this one, and wants to get it to the flag. Anything 10 feet short or so are going to come back down that ledge just short of the pin. That one right about there.
That's pretty much what you were talking about. And it does stop just in the fringe as opposed to anything else. We've seen some fun shots from down there. We'll see what John Merrick can do when we come back. Over the green at the par 5 second, we find Brett Rumford as we welcome Travis Fulton from the Tour Academy back. And guys have had no problem with that extremely tough shot all day, and there's another good one.
We've seen better shots from behind the green than we've seen putts from the front of the green. Saw Stricker get it up and down from back there.
It's not supposed to be that easy back there. That was a moment ago. Now to complete the birdie. What a birdie for Brett Rumford. Unfortunately, it's only his second birdie of the day, as he turned in 41. 4 bogeys and a double in his first 9 holes. But a sandwich at the turn is the cure there, Travis. He's birdied 1 and 2.
Yeah, refuel. Probably wasn't too happy with himself where he left himself after the second shot, but great third, great birdie there from behind the green.
Here's the loneliest man at Firestone.
I'd like to go and meet on the right side of the seven to finish it.
Mikko Ilonen playing as a single. Couple over, just birdied the 14th. .207 back into the wind. Not bad.
Not bad. Big hole today. Just it's actually out there walking around a little bit. Wind's freshening a little. Coming off the left at the players there. Got to hit it solid there to get it through that wind. 207, probably a little longer than that.
And they've got 15 yards or so to take that tee back, and clearly they've got 15 yards to move the hole back. That's our next group at the par 5 second. Sangmoon Bae and Francesco Molinari. We'll see them make a run when we come back. Webb Simpson with a sparkling 64. Earlier this morning, a couple bogeys on that card. Could have been better. Henrik Stenson started birdie eagle. Got to 5 under. Tiger among those 4 under par. As we look down the fairway from the par 5 second green, back there you will see Francesco Molinari.
Go with the hybrid here for our viewers tuning in. If you don't have a hybrid, go out and buy 2 immediately.
Just 233 for Francesco, and he can reach.
Big. Ooh, great shot.
Oh, wow.
Best of the day right there.
Prime real estate. Well, that's great advice, Travis. Travis Fulton from the Tour Academy urging you to get a hybrid or 2. I talked to an industry insider within the last week or so that urged you to look at the set makeup of your golf clubs, as we see Sang Moon Bay this from a moment ago, also going for the green from 236. Hole high left, and that may have some tree trouble down towards the forward tee on the 3rd hole, and that guy may have just run that ball over. Back to the solitary Mikko Ilonen for birdie at 15. And it just won't get there. This person that I was talking to, Travis, said most players, most recreational players, have several clubs in their bag that either go the same distance as each other or they don't hit very well.
Yeah.
And you need to look at your set makeup and probably have room for a hybrid or 2.
Well, I think you have to ask yourself, what's the longest iron in your bag that you can get up in the air and carry to a green? I think that's the first question you have to ask. Now, the landing angle is important, and what the hybrid offers you is it'll allow you to launch it higher, still carry it that distance, if not further, and come down softer.
Jamie Donaldson on the tee at the 2nd.
Okay, he lost that one to the right, tried to save it there at the end. You can see him trying to flip the face over, find the bunker on the right-hand side. What's terrific about the hybrid, Brian, back to that, is, you know, you can hit out of the fairway, obviously, if you saw it in Molinari, really launch it up in the air. The design, you can hit it out of the rough, you can chip with it, and I think I've even seen you try to putt with it, haven't you, Brad?
At times. Sometimes the putter needs some bench time. Back with more action at the par 5 second. Francesco Molinari, the best approach we've seen of the day. The par 5 second, good angle. This for eagle. And that was bold. Gave it a good run. Turned it 1 under par. And has a little ticklish downhill putt for birdie here at the second.
He's showing some form. A real good stretch. The Masters missed the cut. Players missed the cut. The Open missed the cut. But T9 at the Open Championship. Good showing there.
This was a moment ago, and yet another great escape from the left-hand side.
Wow.
Sang Moon Bay showing exceptional touch.
That's a tough one to figure out.
Who would have thought long and left was the place to be? This now live, Bay looking for his 3rd birdie of the day. There you go. Another great up and down from long and left. Earlier we saw the field breakdown. That is the lone South Korean in the field right there, Sang Moon Bay. World-class player in every regard. Now Francesco. And made that look easy. 2-putt birdie. Molinari's 2 under, 4 back. This is Jamie Donaldson. We saw the tee shot into this fairway bunker on the right-hand side. 243, but a big lip in the way. And gets it up to the plateau.
I'm not sure what he thought of that one there for a second.
It sounded like it might have actually hit the lip coming out.
I thought it did too. Ended up okay there in the fairway. I think it did hit the lip. After his reaction, he hit the top of the lip. Pretty fortunate break.
That ball may also be Paul Laurie's ball. He had hit his tee shot left.
Okay.
So there's Donaldson, the Welshman. Yeah. Paul Laurie. Scott.
They're having a laugh after that one. You can see him there. I think he did just drill that right into the lip, and they're having a laugh about it.
They have left Jamie Donaldson alone. There's Laurie. They're having a blast there. We'll get the joke in a minute. Yeah, it is. That was Laurie's ball in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
Get attacked by a squirrel.
Some numbers as we wind things down at this par 5 second. Just 2 eagles. We saw both of those. Henrik Stenson and Bubba Watson. 4 bogeys on the day. That's surprising to me, Travis. I thought we might not see 4 bogeys all week on this hole.
Yeah, it's been a little tricky from down in front there. You know, we've seen wedges come up well short, and they've landed top of the hill here. A lot of spin, bringing it back a little bit off the false front. But we've also have seen some pretty suspect putts as well from the front part of the green. Guys having a hard time controlling the distance up the slope, over the crest, and then down into the hole. They're not playing enough break, and they're not hitting it hard enough. So what seems like a hole they should all be birdieing, we've seen probably more pars than we anticipated, and then, to your point, the 4 bogeys.
Got a little bit of help.
Yeah, you're doing this angle, we're definitely getting help.
Well, here's where Donaldson's ball went.
Uh-huh.
little bit off that.
It all depends how it comes in, doesn't it?
And if it flies, it's going to pitch 105, isn't it?
What a great caddy answer. Jamie Donaldson asking if he hits a flyer, it should pitch 105. How could you possibly know how far it's going to fly? If you catch a flyer, the caddy dutifully says, "Yep." And that's really good. Almost got it over the ridge that he needed. That left for birdie. How could the caddy possibly have known how far a ball is going to go if he catches a flyer alive?
That is one smart caddy right there. He knows his player. Not only when he hits it solid, but when he catches a flyer, he knows how to calculate that in there as well.
He's got all the distances.
That's it. That's what you want.
Now Paul Laurie. Wedge shot.
Great looking wedge swing there. You see him keep his right foot down, and that's what we've been seeing right there. Guy's carrying it right there to the top of the hill, and it just spins all the way back down to the front.
If it flies, it'll go 105, right? Yep. I have that written down. Well, a couple of birdie efforts coming up. One of them's happy about it. One of them's not. The essence of live at. Here's Paul Laurie at the par 5 second. This for birdie from the middle left fringe.
See if he can get it up that hill. Everybody's been coming up short. There's another one.
And you can see a little foreshadowing there. The coin of Jamie Donaldson, who was another victim. Saw Jamie walk over and put his ball down. As you said, Travis, nobody that's had this angle has been able to get it all the way to the hole. Donaldson dreadfully short. And he knew it. That has been a trend all day. Laurie, having seen it, couldn't get it much closer than that. So now the Welshman for his par.
Should be just outside the right, a little bit of speed here. Oh, I think he pulled that immediately. It'll be our 5th bogey of the day.
And he's going to collect his thoughts. Yeah. This game will do that to you. Now Paul Lawrie played with Boo Weekley at the British Open just a few years ago. Boo, having to go through the qualifying process, played a practice round with Paul and asked Paul how he got in. Hey, how'd you get in? Unaware that he was a past champion. There's a par. Tied for 14th right now at 1 under. And bogey number 5 of the day on this hole. 3rd bogey of the day for Jamie Donaldson. He's 1 over. Just a little bit of action left here on this par 5 second hole today. Toru Taniguchi.
Interesting setup there. Had his feet going way to the right. Shoulders looked open. Teed it up on the right side of the tee box and hit a draw. I have nothing on that one, Brian.
Luke Donald making a charge up this leaderboard now. Just 2 shots back through only 7 holes. Okay.
DA having a tough day.
DA points. Looking at the yardage book here on the par 5 second.
Kind of started at the camera just right of the ShotLink. If the wind's off the right. Yep.
Nikon Callaway rangefinder says 230.
Does that hurt?
No, if anything, there should be a little bit of help, mostly across them.
A perfect evaluation of the wind. We have the benefit of a compass. That, like the Callaway Nikon rangefinder, not allowed to be used by these guys. Not during competition.
Go hard.
Big swing there, really trying to get on it.
Go hard.
Oh, good shot.
Yeah, it'll stop. These guys do make use of those devices, though, in practice rounds.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody charting their numbers. Oh, it is coming back. This a moment ago, Toru Taniguchi, same group, and this is way out to the right. And you would think that might have caught the hosel, except that I'm not so sure that club has a hosel.
I think that was low and off the heel on the face there. That was up and out to the right.
May provide a better angle, though. If it stopped short of all the trouble. Apparently the second hole is a funny place. Another group walking up, having a laugh. So Laurie and Donaldson having quite a chat.
Sometimes you just got to laugh it off, you know. It's just golf. It is their job. But you're going to hit some shots like that from time to time. Even the best players in the world. You know, they're going to get in a fairway bunker and they're going to drive it into the face of the bunker. And then you're going to...
Well, coming up this Saturday, August 3rd on CBS, PGA Tour 2013, Playing with a Purpose. It's presented by Barclays. It is all about the charitable efforts. Some of the players out here on the PGA Tour, Graham McDowell featured. And the story of Brant Snedeker and his teacher's son, Tucker Anderson, all profiled coming up this Saturday at 1 Eastern on CBS. Brant finding inspiration from Rick Anderson's son last year. Horrific car accident.
Coach Todd Anderson.
Todd Anderson, excuse me. Rick Anderson, the Atlanta Athletic Club. There's a lot of good Andersons around our parts. I live in that city. But yeah, TA's son injured. Brant got a chance to meet up with him Tour Championship week as he had been brought to the Shepherd Spine Center and used that story for inspiration. Well, we talked about the miss there for Toru Taniguchi. It's all the way back down there in the shade. Some of his numbers. That's scrappy right there.
Certainly want to see a few more fairways and a few more greens if you're wanting to score out here.
Well, you know, he had 255. I don't know how many times he's going to fly that one on the green from 255.
Interesting club selection there. Trying to get a 3-wood as close as he could.
Only drove it 267.
Yeah.
Not one of the longer players out here. We'll see if the wedge game will get it done. And it hits soft. Not the bounce he was anticipating. Now, we just heard D.A. Points with the same putt that everybody's left short tell his caddy, I think it's going to be going really fast and hard to the left. It just isn't that fast.
No. Yeah, I think players are not judging that hill.
Way back there, the tee of this par 5 second, that's Jim Furyk.
The double overlap grip, very unique. Only player out there right now that actually connects 2 fingers, not just one.
What's he trying to do with that grip?
Well, I've heard him say the reason that he does that is he feels like his hands are more molded together and they work more as a single unit.
Fairway hit for Jim and the double overlap.
I think the only other player that's ever done that, and don't quote me on this, but I believe Lee Elder did it as well.
Well, the famous quote from Travis Fulton. Lee Elder, the only other player that's ever done the double overlap. I'm going to write that down. Points for Eagle.
After that conversation, I don't know if this one's going to get there. Well, maybe it is. He gave it. All right.
Thought that he crushed it. As it turns out, not too far off of proper speed.
Well, it's got us all fooled now. It's even got us fooled. After that conversation there, you would, after watching every putt come up short, and his dialogue with his caddies, he's really fast once it gets over the hill.
Charles Schwartzel in the group with Jim Furyk. Just a moment ago on the tee. And down to the fairway bunker. It makes sense when you think about what just happened with D.A. Points. He thought that he had hit it well past the hole on a putt that's way slower than anybody thinks, and it turned out to be just a little bit past the hole.
Yeah.
Now Toru Taniguchi for birdie.
Fortunately for him, he hit it harder than he wanted to.
A lot of preset shaft lean in this putter.
Putt there.
I know you like shaft lean in some of the shorter shots, but the putter?
Yeah, we see a little bit of that now from time to time. I think players jockey a little back and forth, you know, a little more forward lean, a little less. I think the more you go forward, it's going to create a slight de-loft in the putter face, so these guys will add some loft to the face. They come back, and they'll take the loft off. Got to have a little loft on the face to get the ball out of that depression, and then tumbling in over it.
Hasn't played enough rounds to be ranked, Toru Taniguchi, but if he did, he'd be around 60th. Now points for birdie. Now that was no nonsense right there. Third birdie of the day for D.A. Points, but he's got a couple of doubles on the card. And he's 3 over. Webb Simpson, 6 under par, finished for the day. Can they catch him in the afternoon? Charles Schwartzel digging in for his second shot at the second. Does he think he can reach here, Travis?
Oh, he's got to sound like he made great contact. Look at that. Wow, great shot.
Almost all the way up there. Carried that somewhat green side bunker. Well done. This a moment ago, fellow competitor Jim Furyk, the Nikon Callaway rangefinder, zeroing him in at 232. And right up into the center of the green. Over at 15, Martin Keimer. Rough start for him. A pretty good shot there, though. That's officially a missed green, though. Sometimes the statistics lie.
Yeah, they do. You just can't look at the statistics. It tells part of the story. And there's an example right there of where they might lie just a little bit.
Former FedEx Cup champion, a guy that had this tournament in his grasp a year ago. A couple of runner-up finishes, including this one here last year.
Well, not the best of year for Jim Furyk. A bit up and down. He was top 10 at Canadian Open last week. Missed the cut at the Open Championship. Missed the cut at the U.S. Open. Missed the cut in his backyard at the Players. And just not the form that we have grown accustomed to from Jim Furyk.
57th in FedEx Cup points. There you see that number jumping out on his stats page. He has managed 3 top 10s. Close call in Tampa Bay again. Played well last week, the RBC Canadian Open. Just the 3 missed cuts, but they were at big ones. Pedestrian year by Jim Sanders.
Yeah, and I think with Jim, you know, there's just so much pressure on, I think, his putter. I mean, he hits it 275 yards off the tee, so he gives up a lot of distance to these guys off the tee. Hits a lot of fairways. His greens in regulation probably a little bit down, but his putting has been probably the issue here. He's currently 117th in stroke game putting. He needs to be higher than that if he's going to be competing, giving up that kind of distance.
Zach Johnson back on the tee. Easy. There you go. Not quite a fairway hit, but good enough. Now ahead to the green, and Schwartzel shot just over that false fronting bunker, 93 feet away.
Good shot there. It's a beautiful technique. You can see a little hinge in the wrist going back. And then from there, he just kind of left it alone and turned his chest towards the target. Just a good rule of thumb as you turn to the target on that shot. You want to keep the shaft in line with that lead form all the way to that finish position. That'll make sure you don't flip the wrist.
Over to the 15th, Martin Keimer from off the green by inches for birdie. That was the idea right there. Made the winning putt at the Ryder Cup at Medina. Has since talked about what his career might have been like had he missed it. Says he didn't want to face those consequences, and he thought about it over that putt.
Wow.
Yeah. It's a busy brain at a big moment.
Well, it's probably the most amount of pressure I've heard many of these guys say that they play under. It is intense. It's different. I mean, all the majors, of course, that they play in are huge, but the Ryder Cup is different, and it's a different kind of pressure when you're playing with teammates, representing your country.
Birdie putt for Furyk. Excuse me, eagle putt for Furyk. never quite online. Furyk has yet to 3-putt today. He'll have that left for birdie. Back on the tee, Martin Laird. Over to the right-hand side of the tee. We haven't seen anybody over there.
Hold it hard. Hold it. Bunker.
Flies right over the ball of Zach Johnson, and there is a bunker there. He can't tell whether that's in it or not. Back to 15. Steve Stricker playing hurt, lags the birdie putt. Close. Charles Schwartz completes the up and down, back to 1 over par, back over at the second. It's good to see Steve Stricker still up and around as he's made it back over there to 15.
Yeah, I'm starting to worry a little. Walking a little gingerly, he goes down to mark his ball. You could definitely tell the hamstring is bothering him for sure.
Now Jim Furyk to move within 3 of the lead. One of the better rounds going here in the afternoon.
These are the ones that Jim used to be so solid on. Good putt there. He works hard. You'll see him out there at Ponte Vedra. He spends a lot of time on the putting green working on that length putt right there.
Richie Ramsey playing quickly back at 15. Good shot. Former U.S. amateur champion, young Scott. Referred to him earlier today incorrectly as a former British amateur champion. He's Scottish and he won an amateur championship.
There you go.
Back at the second, Zach Johnson. Got the fairway wood out.
This fits his eye. He likes to see the ball work a little right to left, aiming it right at the center of the green and giving it a lash.
Come on, little left.
249. Good enough. Up onto the front, might even stay there. Martin Laird was in that fairway bunker and laid it up. No other choice, even as high as he hits it. Couldn't get it over the lip and up to the green, so we'll see his wedge shot as we continue. Opening round of the World Golf Championships Bridgestone Invitational. Martin Laird forced to lay up at the par 5 second. He'll have to make birdie with the wedge.
Not his best effort there. Unfortunately, we've been seeing too many of those shots from inside 100 yards with a wedge in the hand. A lot of guys coming up short.
Well, he's not done working. That has been a tough spot today.
Might be one of the worst feelings for a professional golfer. Wedge in hand, completely miss the green. That'll get under their skin quickly.
Peterson. That's just fine. We mentioned the rain yesterday and overnight. Fairways are still fairly spongy. Haven't started to firm up just yet. That's just fine with these players. David Lynn will be next. Left, and we're going to catch a piece of the path. Might still get some more of it. Yep, there we go. And that'll get him out there next to Carl Peterson. That path is awful close to the fairway.
It is. Carl must have really got on that one because that was all carry there, too.
That's a good point. There's the fourth for Martin Laird up at the green at the second, and that's not going to get there. We have seen all kinds of challenges from that spot. Laird just the latest victim. We've got a couple of changing cuts of grass and a couple of deceptive slopes, and the ball is not reacting the way they think it will when it lands on the green. Over to 15. They've had a better chance at it today at this par 3. Richie Ramsey for birdie.
Putt there. He was the amateur champion, right?
U.S. I believe that the year that he was the U.S. amateur champion, Drew Weaver from Virginia Tech was the British amateur champion. I may get that confused. I think Drew Weaver may have been the year that Colt Knost won the U.S. Yeah, that's right. The U.S. amateur champion gets to play in the Masters.
There you go.
Among other things. Now Zach Johnson. This is for Eagle.
One of the few guys that leans the shaft slightly back with the putter shaft.
And that's not. Well, that putter, as you know, has an alignment aid on it. Zach being right eye dominant, in order to get that alignment aid to work, the shaft has to be back towards his right eye. Now, that one was certainly not his best, but what sorts of things can Zach expect, or anybody at home, if they know their dominant eye? How does all that work? As we look in on Cabrera at 15.
That's a very good question, Brian. Let me think about that.
We'll give you some extra time. It's for the center square. Good shot from Angel. Very serene corner of the golf course here at the 15th. We'll go back over to 2. How about this from Zach Johnson? Eagle putt from the very front of the green, and this much work still left. He had 80 feet for eagle and still has 21 feet for birdie. Asking Mark Immelman to get out of the way out there. Mark just wants to see what this putt does.
He does. Well, we've all been baffled by it. The putt coming up the hill. No one can get it there, so he's out there trying to get a peek, see what's going on. And he's moving there in the putt. Good putt here.
Oh, good read from Zach Johnson. Just a routine 2-putt birdie. That is hard work out of a guy who's making a career out of it. Zach Johnson back to even par now. 2 birdies, 2 bogeys. And the first guy we've seen to measure that one correctly all day.
All is good now. You can laugh about that first putt.
Now, Laird, this is for par. Almost looked like Martin wasn't anchoring that against his belly. Everybody taking precautions now. We saw Carl Peterson, who's in the next group, already moved to a different putter. Laird using a longer putter, but maybe not anchoring that time. Torbjorn Olesen playing with Angel Cabrera, this at 15. He lost it out to the right.
Not
Hole
a bad
high,
spot.
though.
Not a bad spot. Sorry, Brian. Plenty of green to work with there.
You've got a little bit of
David Lynn got a drop off the cart path and got it into the first cut of rough instead of the longer cut. We'll see if that makes a difference here at the second.
Going with the hybrid once again. Big swing here. Can really sling it up in the air. Big arc. Watch this finish. Watch the club. We're on the fall through.
233. Well, you'll have to work with over there. That's not in the bunker. Now Peterson already had his number. He's at 230. Short and left, Carl. There's 2 bunkers up there, and I'm not so sure that he didn't carry both of them. We'll see. Looked like we saw it kind of flash there for us for a second. Let's go back to 15. Second shot for Torbjorn.
All right, good view here to see if he keeps that shaft in line with the lead forearm all the way through. Got that one a little bit heavy, though. The weight maybe a little bit on the right side. Not going to be happy with that effort.
Is a dismayed Thunder Bear. Now Cabrera for birdie to get to red figures. He birdied the first, bogeyed the sixth. The rest of the scorecard is par. And he's even. Even par is 6 behind Webb Simpson. Here comes the afternoon wave. Back with you here in live at coverage of the opening round of the Bridgestone Invitational. More action over here at this par 3 15th. Here's Torbjorn Olesen for par. Well, there you go. Didn't like the tee shot or the pitch, but that's a 3. 1 over. Coming to that long par 5 16th. 6:53 today. Back to 2. Third shot for David Lynn.
Trying to skip it up this hill. A little bit of release on that one coming out of the rough, but still going to come up short. Down into the apron.
Angel Cabrera just trying to finish this one off for par. Oh boy. And that one has got as much work left as he just had. Almost. He had 3 feet 4 inches for par, 3 feet 1 inch now for bogey. Travis, you just can't stop paying attention. Not for a bit.
No, you can't. You gotta give them all the same amount of attention. Maybe rush that one just a little bit. These guys hit these putts so hard, you know, and when you hit it that hard, the hole effectively comes a little bit smaller.
Back to 2 now. David Lynn for his birdie. Thought he was doing the safe thing by playing out to the right. Couldn't get it up and down. Par for Lynn. Stays even that a moment ago. Now Carl Peterson, who did find the greenside bunker in 2, splashed it to here. And this for birdie.
Going with the pencil grip. You can see the grip sitting in that first finger and the thumb there, just like if he was holding on to a pencil. Shove that one out to the right a little bit.
How much different is that than what he would be doing with his hands with the long putter that he used up until a couple of weeks ago?
Well, I think with the long putter, with Carl, he had kind of the right hand, the palm was facing the target, just kind of really to the side of the putter. And then what we saw there was the pencil. So instead of the palm facing the target, his palm was facing more of the ground, and then the grip again was between the first finger and the thumb. So a little different right hand placement there.
Lunchtime. Just have to find it. It's here somewhere. Yeah. He's not giving it away anyway. You don't want the other squirrels to find where your stash is. Yep.
Well, wait a minute.
If he knew that the camera guys are usually just as hungry as he is, I don't know that he'd be searching as feverishly right now. If he finds something good, it's going to get taken from him. This is our last group of the second, and way over there from the left-hand side is Paul Casey. He's going to play down the 3rd fairway. We've seen this strategy work before.
Looked like that was his only option from where he was there. You have to hit it out sideways if he was going to get it back out into the second. Fortunately for Paul, 3rd runs parallel. He can drive it up the fairway there and have a relatively short 3rd.
Paul Casey and Brandon Grace, the last group that went off the back 9. There's Brandon, also left, but he's going to play down the 2nd fairway since that's the hole he's on. That should be just fine. Plenty of room short of that bunker. We will find out when we come back. Getting set to close the book on the 2nd. Can we do it with a couple of birdies? Live at coverage now from the third hole. Paul Casey from 163 playing his third shot back across the trees to the second hole. And probably in one of those greenside bunkers short and left. Looked like that one produced a healthy divot. Mark Immelman back with us. Along with Travis Fulton, I'm Brian Katrick. Glad to have you guys with us as well, wherever you're watching at home. Opening round coverage of the Bridgestone Invitational. Third of the World Golf Championship events for the year. Over to the 15th, Ricky Fowler on the tee. Hole playing 207 today.
Holding this finish. Good shot.
Well, there's where Brandon Grace's ball wound up. It did get into that front bunker. Bit of a mistake laying it up that far, and he will pay for it.
I was about to say, Brian, that was the Cardinals, and having a cut at the green there. I don't know if he was trying to go to the green, took a mighty swash at that second shot there. Maybe might have mishit it to get it in there, but
yeah,
the ball bounced short, which makes me think he's trying to lay up, and missing it in that cross bunker is a big sin.
This was a moment ago at 15, right before Fowler hit Sergio Garcia. One hops it down into that bunker. Meanwhile, over at the second, the greenside bunker complex very deep. Carl Peterson's down there somewhere. Or excuse me, Paul Casey. I don't know where Carl Peterson is. He's on the third. Paul Casey was just on the third.
It's been the common miss I've noticed, guys, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the guys that played down number 3 after getting into trouble off 2T on the left have all come up shy on the green. So, yardage is obviously inconsistent there, but it does play significantly up the hill from where he was playing. But now faced with a testing bunker shot from well below the green surface, and distance control your paramount.
Deep enough to where he might be able to say hello to Carl Peterson down there. That's a good look at what Paul's facing. They got out, didn't get all the way up onto the putting surface. That was his fourth shot, so Paul Casey is struggling here at 2. Missed the fairway left, chose to play it up the third fairway, which seemed like a good strategic move. Wasn't able to get it all the way up on the green, and you got to wonder, guys, if he may not have had the right number down there. We talked about Paul earlier today, as these guys have to make moves in a hurry in the FedEx Cup standings in order to get into the playoffs. All 4 of these guys in the field this week. They're all outside the playoffs. 4th for Brandon Grace.
There's a good putt up the hill. Good speed, played enough break. Brandon Grace, fellow South African. Your thoughts on the 25-year-old?
I actually watched him play up 17 during my break. I wandered out there to catch up, and was in the process of making bogey on 17, so you would have thought that he was a little irate, but nodded over to me and smiled, and then promptly went and birdied 18 thereafter. And I think that's his most endearing quality. He's not fazed by a whole heck of a lot, and so he just goes about his business, and he's a pretty aggressive player. There's no real back down in him, and I think once he figures out the golf courses over here and the nature of the competition, I think he'll make a big splash over here.
What a par this would be for Paul Casey. Instead, he's going to drop a shot.
Yeah, that's a good point, Mark. I watch a lot of golf in the European Tour and the Golf Channel there, and I had him on my watch list for the Open Championship. I thought he was going to break out at least maybe top 10, top 20, struggle a little bit, top 64, missed the cut at the U.S. Open. Hasn't played a lot over here, but maybe getting his feet wet and get comfortable where he can start making a run.
All right, Sergio blasts that one out of the greenside bunker at 15, and that was not a good bunker shot by Sergio standards, Travis.
No. Usually a very good bunker player. And that was certainly not one of his best. A little unorthodox here. His putting's always very upright.
He comes from an area in South Africa where there is some bent grass on the greens, but most of it is quite a thick, thatchy sort of a Bermuda. Ooh. And so, as a result, has developed quite a pop stroke, and some of that holding the hands high cuts out that extra wristiness. And, normally works for him. He got a little frisky on that downhill and knocked it twice the distance by. So, he's a streaky putter, and I think that's why he hasn't figured out contact.
Take another look. Almost looked like it hopped over the right-hand side of the hole.
But he gave that a lot of energy for such a short length putt, especially downhill. But as back to my point, I think once he figures out the bent greens over here, he's then he won't be so reliant on his streakiness, and he'll be a perennial force, I believe.
3 feet for par, now 4.5 feet for bogey, and that is the first double of the day. Brandon Grace was 3 under when the hole started. Makes the first double bogey of the day at this par 5 second, and he's now 5 shots back. Over to 15, Fowler for birdie. How about that putt? A bounce back for Ricky Fowler. 2 under now for the round.
That's a big check mark in the strokes gained in putting right there. 2 on 15. That's stealing one there.
Not too many putts get made from that distance on any hole. A look at the scorecard, which has gotten a little bit wild here the last couple holes for Fowler. Add all that up, and he's 2 under, 4 off the lead. Coming to the last par 5. Now Sergio. This is for par.
Sergio's got a little bit of the droopy head going on right now. On my way back in, I caught them on 14, and he hit a tee shot, smashed it just straight down the middle, and he wandered on by and was sort of shaking his head, looking at the ground. And the countenance is just not all there. That typical vivacious young Spaniard. He could use a little of that just to lift himself a little bit, because, he was fresh off the birdie, then made a couple pars, and just didn't look like there was any energy about him. And, I think if he can get some of that, then he can get some momentum going for these final 3 holes of this round.
They head over to the 16th. As we mentioned, 6:53 today, and it could play longer than that. Back on the tee at 15, Bill Haas.
It was a very interesting segment on the Golf Channel last night. They had Jay Haas on the range, and Jay was speaking with Billy Harmon, his longtime coach. And, Bill had complained to Jay that he was kind of upshooting the driver a little bit into the wind, so they just made a very slight adjustment to his stance width, narrowed him up a little bit in his ball position. And they referenced the fact that Bill doesn't like to get too technical, and he just makes his swing. So Bill was focusing on just narrowing his stance some to help him with his rhythm, and clearly paying dividends over here. 3 under par in the first round of the championship.
Yeah, he's very much a field player. He is, he kind of, as Billy talks about, Harmon, his coach, talks about playing with his eyes, and sees the shot, goes up, feel it, and hit it. He doesn't like to have really any thoughts at all in his head when he's playing golf.
Els. 184th in greens and regulation for the year.
Missing greens is one thing, but short-sighting yourself to a whole location like that on number 15 is entirely another. He's going to have a tough ask from that greenside bunker there.
Well, we closed the book on number 2 with the highest score of the day. Our last group went through, and it produced our first and only double bogey. Still the easiest hole on the course, though, almost a half a stroke under par. Couple of eagles, including one of the guys near the top of the lead. Henrik Stenson made one of the eagles. He's one behind Webb Simpson. Ernie Els was in the green side bunker at this par 3 15th, blasted it out to here, and now has this for his par in the opening round of the Bridgestone Invitational. And that's going to be back-to-back bogeys for Ernie at 14 and 15. And for the first time today, we'll look in on the par 4 finishing hole, the 18th. Here's Steve Stricker. Wasn't sure he was going to get this far, guys. That's a good shot.
Good shot there. Hamstring holding up for Stricker. Laboring along. You can tell it's bothering him though as he walks around these fairways.
Back to 15. Haas for birdie. Solid opening round though for Bill. 3 under par at this point. In the mix for another President's Cup team. Now Martin Keimer out of the shadows at 18. Safe.
Thought I was going to take that slope a little, come on back. Cut up on the top of the hill.
Gave this to Els. Not allowed to do it. He's got to make it, and he does. And Dan Quinn. Good bit of caddying right there. He's still got some raking to do. He sends Ernie on his way. Which means that Rory McIlroy's got to wait just a little bit. We got to do some raking.
All right, Mark, great golf swing here. I know you big fan of this move.
I like to watch this one. You know, just the kind of guy who tries to keep a lot of technique out of it, you know, but what the thing that strikes me about him is just the timing of this move. You know, he's got such fast hip action, but everything moves and then collects and lets the arms get in front of him, and then just always makes such balanced swings. And he's doing so at high speed. 207 yards, this can't be much more with this breeze. And probably 6-iron for McIlroy, who can move it from right to left. So, you know, even Parr has been a little all over the show today. But he'll be taking dead aim right here.
Wow. Right at it. And inside 10 feet. McIlroy, 14th in greens in regulation this season. People are asking what's wrong with him. Has not suffered in that stat.
It's such a fine line, you know, on the PGA Tour. The quality of play is just so good that you can be playing well and kind of get left behind a little bit. So it's a little deceptive, you know. McIlroy also just set the bar so high that, you know, the expectations are just gigantic. Similar to what Tiger Woods does, you know, everyone expects the best all the time from him.
Correct, yeah. I mean, it's going to fall with a soft breeze too, so it'll fall and stop, you know, the pin upper.
Proud Canadian Scott Vail on the bag of Brandt Snedeker, the RBC Canadian Open champion.
Left card. Left card. Yep. Shot, Brandt.
That was the right club. Brandt also even par. A couple of birdies and a couple of bogeys to the 18th. Keimer studying the birdie putt.
This one will have a little giddy up to it, a little bit downhill off that swale that cuts through the left middle portion of the green. So this will be fairly quick as it starts to make its way towards the cup.
Keimer, one of those on that graphic we saw in the must-move situation, 132nd in FedEx Cup points. This is his 13th event of the year.
Not having the best of days so far. Keimer went off to a very quick start, couple of birdies early, but has made 6 bogeys since then. Could dearly use this birdie attempt on the final hole.
Oh, it looked like it was going to be 4 or 5 feet short, and it just kept rolling. Well, that left for a par to finish with 4 pars in a row for Martin Keimer. Now Stricker tore his right hamstring skiing, and you see him gingerly putting that ball down. Not so sure I wouldn't have my caddy come over, put that ball down. Let him deal with it.
He does look a little tender there right now, Stricker. I saw him make it a swing off the par 4 14th tee, and he gave it a pretty good wallop still. But you can definitely see him looking quite protective as he surveys this birdie attempt on the final green.
They're going to discuss Keimer's mark. And Keimer is going to go ahead and finish this. Stricker was going to go right over that mark. All right, so there's a par for Martin. A round of 74 for him. And now Stricker for birdie.
This attempt should move from his right and will carry a little pace. The hole's just kind of a little bit of a downslope, so it should move from his right to his left with pick up a little bit of speed towards the end of it.
Would have gone right over Keimer's coin. But maybe didn't need to. And then he's carefully going to pull that out of the hole. Steve Stricker, a 1 over par 71. 7 shots off the lead. The hamstring holds up for 18 holes. Back over to 15. Snedeker for birdie.
That one carrying some pace. Pop stroke.
Never any defense in that stroke of his.
No.
Every ball rolls at the hole. Every putt he hits gets a chance to look in the corner of the cup if it's not on a line.
I love the finish. The finish is short. It's abbreviated.
Low too, I like about it. It doesn't swing up too much.
Tight acceleration through impact.
Now Rory McIlroy. Started the year as the world #1. The defending champion of next week's PGA Championship, finished 3rd here a year ago. That's 3 birdies in his last 4 holes. A par 5 coming up for McIlroy, and he's 1 under. Very telling remarks in the press room earlier this week as he said, I sat here in this room a year ago with people asking me what was wrong, and here we are a year later. They're asking the same questions.
Could it be a deja vu event?
Yeah, he only won the PGA the next week by 8.
Going away too. Just had to drive it down the stretch, just let him go. There was no hold back in him.
Snedeker battled a rib injury already this year. He's won twice, though. And that one misses the hole coming back. A rare 3-putt for Brandt. So it's a 3-putt bogey. Only 3 putts 2.6% of the time. And we'll go back up to the 18th. This is Satoshi Kodera, yep. With his approach, playing along with Richie Ramsey.
Having a nice stage of 2 bogeys, 2 birdies, even par for the first round. Solid stuff around Firestone South by the Japanese player.
Got a chance to go into red figures again, if he can make that one. Left-hander, Phil Mickelson on the tee at 15. He gets that a lot. Of course, he's actually right-handed. World #2 could pass Tiger for world #1 for the first time in his career by the Tour Championship with a good couple of finishes here. Another one that was on a great line. And how about this pairing? Shades of Marion.
It's a pretty special one, battle down the stretch at Marion. Both players now owners of major championships that they didn't have. Phil lifting the claret jug. Justin, of course, winning the US Open. 6-iron, I do believe, is the club for Justin Rose here.
Long with his irons, playing 207. Not bad. Not as good as the other one, though. But Rose getting the better of Mickelson on the leaderboard. He's 2 under. We'll see if he can move within 3 when we come back. On the green at the 18th, Richie Ramsey for a closing birdie.
A little left-hand low style, rolling up the hill. I'm a big fan of left-hand low, I think. Many of our listeners tuning in right now can help stabilize the face. The face matched up to that lead hand that sits a little bit lower than the right hand. Oftentimes players get a little active in their wrist at impact. If you go a little left hand low, help stabilize that.
Can certainly get their shoulders leveled off too, because that left hand high can get you tilting back away from it a little bit too much, and you make some of the upstrokes towards it.
Back to 15, and Justin Rose. This is for birdie.
Similar putt to the one that Rand Snedeker, right, in the group before, ran a few feet by. It's a good pace control there from Rose. Seen a few putts miss low from that area, but that should be a comfortable 3 for the Englishman. And he'll stay at 2 under par for the opening round of this championship.
Back to 18. Par putt here. Finds the bottom for Satoshi Kodera. Even par 70 in his World Golf Championships debut. Just 6 back.
Good for him. Nice round, solid start.
So much international attention on these events. Back to 15 now. Mickelson for birdie. This pairing flashing back to Marion for so many. Who knew that Mickelson's birdie late in the day on Friday would be the last birdie made on the 18th hole for the U.S. Open? No birdies in the 3rd or final round. And of course, he came to the 18th needing birdie to tie Rose. has not shared his putting secret yet, whatever that was.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that. He talked about it in his press conference that he discovered something with his putting. And I think, you know, as he's changed putters and styles and grips and different things like we've seen, he's come back to the conventional. It's helped him discover what it is that makes his putting work.
So Rose stays 4 back of Simpson. Henrik Stenson with a great 65. He's just 1 off the lead. We go to the tee at the 15th. Matt Kuchar.
Kuchar doesn't have a lot going on today. 2 bogeys, 1 double bogey, 4 over par for the first round. Appears to be fighting things a little bit. That's an unforced miss there off the tee. You know, you don't want to miss that tee shot to the left at all. Travis, that's a tough spot to be out of that greenside bunker there.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy there. Hopefully drew a decent lie. He's going to need it to put any kind of spin on it there to stop him by that flag.
And that wind's going to be all day. Going right across. I want my go to 5 here. I don't think it's going to win. If it goes too far. Hanging out the back edge. I definitely don't think it's helped.
Jason Day 4 over. Not a good mojo in this group going on right now.
Kind of helping each other from the frying pan into the fire. Day looking out to the right, looking for a little right to left shot.
Well, these two kind of showing what the leaderboard is showing us for form. Kuchar 3 over, misses left. Day 4 over, misses right. We are struggling at 15. We'll go ahead to 18. Torbjorn Olesen short of this green. This is the 4th shot for him. Trouble down the left-hand side. Can't miss left here at 18. that left for bogey. Ends a run of 8 pars in a row on this back 9 and 10 pars in a row overall. But it's been a rough day for Torbjorn.
Conditions certainly playing a little tougher this afternoon. The greens have got a little bit more of a sheen to them. Still a little breezy out there, just enough to keep the players on their toes. But certainly the greens have picked up a foot or two on the stimp meter. And just got that little crispy, sheeny look to them.
Cabrera missed the fairway to the right, but from there you can chase it down the hill, and that's what he did to this spot. That left for a 72 for Angel. All right, let's go to some scrambling back at 15. Jason Day in the greenside bunker on the right.
All right, a good look at it here. You're going to get down in there and dig the feet in. Little forward lean. Watch how he keeps the flexion in the left knee as he turns his torso through.
23rd in sand saves for the year.
Excellent shot.
Gets it up and down 58% of the time. And a pretty good putter also. That's going to help your sand save number. How about Torbjorn at the 18th now for bogey. This young man just 23 years old. Tied for 6th at the Masters, and it was his hello world moment. A 7th at Bay Hill. Now, we were ready for this young man to break out. A special temporary member of the PGA Tour. His status in the World Golf Ranking got him in this field, and is struggling here to finish.
This double bogey putt is no bargain either. It's got a little right to left in it. Will need to be hit to keep its pace up. That's it. It'll be a double bogey close. Torbjorn Olesen in the hut. 3 over par 73.
9 shots back. Back over to 15. Kuchar, short-sided. Made that look easy.
That was pretty special, guys. I've not seen a lot of success out of that left greenside bunker, and he slid that club underneath there with no bother whatsoever.
Cabrera for par.
Saw him miss one this length earlier. Just snuck that one in the right side.
72 for Angel to start. He will go at it again tomorrow. No cut in this event, so these guys aren't worried about their starts. Day saves his par, adding to the sand save total back at 15.
Well, he's got a terrific game. You know, you talk about his sand saves, you talk about his putting. He's long off the tee, good iron player.
Webb Simpson still with the day's best round. Jim Furyk trying to catch him. To the 18th, Ricky Fowler. Good shot from 147 yards, but still some 40 feet away. Sergio drove it under the trees on the left and could only punch out to here. So this is going to be his third shot from 40 yards away.
I would expect Sergio to get this one in nice and tight. He's got that little ledge just behind the hole that'll help him to get a little grab and to bring it back to the cup. The only issue is just to make sure he skirts that little mound that's just on the front left side of the flag. But anything to the right will feed a little left should he get some purchase on it.
Yeah, right.
All right. That left for par for Sergio and a round of 67. Or excuse me, Sergio's one over. Ricky 3 under.
Doesn't look too happy with the way he's played today. He's left a few out there.
This will be the last group of the day at the 15th. Luke Donald and Keegan Bradley.
Win, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, we just played that shot there, playing some help and having some chew into it. As we see it right now. Yeah, I mean, just as we hit right now. Then.
You can hear the wind buffeting that microphone. That's what John McLaren and Luke Donald are talking about.
How goal's that little entrance way in the second 10, right? Black curtain. Yeah.
Some oddly shaped tents back there behind the green, but they form a nice target for these guys. Pulled it a bit, but he may have pulled it right on line. Oh, Luke Donald!
Well, he missed John McLaren's target, but he didn't miss the target. That was a heck of a shot, Luke Donald there.
Good miss. Not much of a miss at all. Nice little favorable kick off the front left fringe, too, and then this ball looked like it had eyes. Wow. We cover a lot of par threes in our live at coverage over the course of a year. Wouldn't expect to see a one here.
All right, Keegan Bradley now.
Looked like the signal that Pepsi gave was this was a 7-iron. Could this be a 7-iron from 207?
He really lashes down on it.
I think it's highly likely he can hit him powerfully. If Luke Donald was going with 5-iron, this could be 7.
He's looking at it.
Nice call by the two teams there, right on the button with the yardage controlled by the caddies and the players on the par 3 15th.
Two of the best of the day at the 15th. Both players 3 under par and just 3 shots back. To the 18th, Fowler to close with a birdie.
Nice putt there. Be happy with that.
You know, guys, granted there's only 73 players in the field, but I'm impressed at how well the putting surfaces have dealt with the traffic too. As I look around the cup, they're still surfaces very pristine and still ball rolling out very nicely as you watch Fowler's putt move on down the hill towards that cup.
There was overnight rain. So tough for these superintendents to gauge the firmness of the greens, how much water they want to put on them, when you don't know how much water Mother Nature is going to put on them. Sergio for a scrambling par at the last.
And dinner will taste a little nicer now after that good up and down save.
Two of the game's bright young stars. Sergio with a 71. 7 behind leader Webb Simpson. Go back in the fairway. Looks like it's Els to play first, although Bill Haas has already pulled a club. One of the proposition bets legal at the Open Championship was a two-step between Ernie and his caddy Dan Quinn. Dan was playing in Lake Tahoe in the celebrity event, which he has won multiple times. I believe it was 150 to 1 that they would both win that week. And in a rare fit of gambling, you could bet it the other way if you wanted to bet that they wouldn't both win. Pretty gutsy bet.
That is a gutsy bet.
As it turns out, neither won. Billy Joe Tolliver won at Lake Tahoe.
In a playoff. Excuse me, Mark. In a playoff in Tahoe.
Only having a so-so day, even par with 3 bogeys and 3 birdies.
A tough miss there from 151. Who did Tolliver beat in the playoff?
I believe it was Rippon.
Mark Rippon.
Mark Rippon.
Yeah. All the quarterbacks. Back at 15, Keegan Bradley has stared it down. That's a birdie for Bradley. He's just 2 back.
He likes this place. He shot a number of rounds in the 60s around the Firestone South course.
One of the funniest tweets of the year was Jason Duffner when Keegan made the move to the cap rather than the visor. Duffner tweeted a picture of a Lego man wearing the cap. The cap looked the same. Here's Haas with his approach at 18.
That's a few approach shots I've seen fly well and beyond that flag there. Makes me wonder. There must be a little help out of the breeze there, which is surprising because it goes in the same direction as number 15.
Donald doesn't miss often from this range. Doesn't disappoint here, and both of these guys make birdie at 15.
No problem. 2s, how you do?
They're both just 2 back. Here they come. They're lining up at 4 under par. Webb Simpson has led all day long. A moment ago at the 18th, Ernie Els trying to finish things off.
Oh.
Nearly did it with one swing. Travis Fulton from the Tour Academy with us. Mark Immelman, noted golf instructor and the golf coach at Columbus State. What are you guys? What's the mascot?
We are the Cougars.
Oh, of course you are.
Oh, yeah. The Columbus State Cougars.
Glad to have you along with us. That was a moment ago. Now Bill Haas for his birdie at 18.
I so love the way Bill approaches the game. You know, he gets the yardage, doesn't hang around. He's very decisive in what he does. He makes free swings. He plays the game like it should be played. And you know, he to me, he's a tremendous role model for young players. If I was advising a youngster, Travis, I would say, have a look at Bill Haas. Watch what he does. There's a good model for you. You agree?
Yeah.
You agree with that?
Yeah,
statement?
I do. Yeah, I agree with that. And we were talking about earlier, very much just kind of plays with his eyes. A field player, not a lot going through his head. Just what's the distance? Can we set up? Let it go.
Els for par.
Ooh. You mentioned playing with your eyes. Ernie works with a lady called Cheryl Calder, who's an eye trainer. And they do a lot of exercises to pick up lines. She works with a lot of rugby players in South Africa and other athletes, you know, where it's responsive and you sort of look and take on the information and react. And he works with her a lot on the putting. She'll get in the putting green and they react to the line real fast. And he credited a lot of his Open Championship victory to them to her and the success he had on the greens as a result.
72 for Els. Check that, 71 for Els. 3 bogeys in his last 5 holes, though. And he is shaking his head.
Well, whatever it takes to be instinctive, I think that's the key. You know, you want to get on the greens. If it's working with your eyes, your routine, whatever it is, you can just be reactive, instinctive, and be an athlete and let it go.
Just a handful of groups left on the golf course that we will see come through this 18th. Bradley and Donald playing the last par 5 of the day together, now just 2 back. Tiger in that group at 4 under. Solid 66 from the world number 1, a 7-time winner here. Four out of the 5 times he's opened with around 66 or lower, he's won.
You got Keegan and Luke playing together. A lot of good energy going on in that group. We saw a couple 2s there on 15. Got the par 5 16th ahead of them.
There's Bill Haas, who just finished up 3 under par. Saw Fowler in the group before that get in on a good number. Bubba Watson with one of only 2 eagles on the day out at the second. We started our live at coverage at that par 5 second. We'll be back with you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. More live at coverage of the par 5 second hole. Saw Jamie Donaldson have quite a laugh as he walked up the second fairway.
Jonas Brooks gave a couple back, had it to 2 under there with a couple to go, and gave him back there, even par to start his championship.
An underrated player to me in Gonzalo Fernandez Castaño. You know, he does a lot of things right, and he's the sort of name he just slips on up the leaderboard. No one really knows about him, but you turn your head on Sunday afternoon and there he's around. And you know, look for big things out of the young Spaniard in the future.
We'll see Mickelson finish up. Couple of holes left for Phil. There's Els and Sergio, both getting in at 1 under.
Stricker icing down the hamstring. We saw him laboring around today, having some issues with his hamstring. 1 over today.
That's the story at the top. Simpson in with 64. Stenson just 1 shot behind him. Rain was in the forecast. Not a drop has fallen today, at least since sunrise in Akron. It is a glorious layout here, the south course. That's Rory McIlroy slashing his second shot out of the trees at 18. And that's not bad. You see the other ball sitting there on the front fringe. That belongs to Brandt Snedeker. So both McIlroy and Snedeker scrambling from the trees on the left. It's really all you can do from those trees on the left. We'll see if either of them can get it up and down for par or potentially better. The 18th when we come back.
Back at the first round of the WGC Bridgestone Invitational, Rory McIlroy cleaning up here on the final green for what would be a par 4 and a first round of 69. Looked like a fairly confident stroke, but as you point out here with your actions, Travis, looks like he just blocked that out there. Didn't really release the toe of the putter very much. And
take a slight push there to the right.
Hit it through the line.
Kind of Rory stroke though. He kind of holds it off to the finish. You'll see here. Left elbow comes away from the body. Good start though. 1 under.
Had a solid day. Started off the backside with a double bogey, but rebounded with a few birdies on the spin there in a row. And disappointing bogey on the last for McIlroy though. But he'll be happy, as you point out, with an opening 70.
Two of the best hairdos on the PGA Tour right there. They could both stand a little tidying right now, but they can do well.
A lot of conversation about Sned's Bridgestone cap that he sported last week at the Canadian Open to a lot of success, and evidently he's going with a cap mojo from now on.
Yeah, somebody tweeted that it was the first win with the cap after a handful with the visor. So he's broken the duck, as they say.
There's a good look at that hairdo right there.
Yeah, see, that's good right there. That's working, isn't it? Yeah, nice start for Brandt. Then had to try to keep the wheels on. closes with 4 bogeys and 2 over par.
Yeah, not his best effort today. Had the 3 putt there on the par 3 that we saw. Well, uncharacteristic for him. Maybe a slight hangover from the win last week up in Canada.
You know, I take a look at his numbers, and he hit 72% of the greens in regulation today, so the putter was clearly the shortfall, and so you've got to think he'll be back tomorrow, because he will figure out the putting worse.
And the round for Rory. A tough double there at the 10th. But a week that he drew a lot of confidence from 1 year ago.
Yeah, probably could have been a couple better today for Rory, but you know, all in all, they got 5 birdies on the card, as you mentioned, the double on 10. But always good to see 5 birdies on your scorecard. So if we clean it up a little bit, in and around that, you have to look at this as a step in the right direction for Rory.
6 shots behind Webb Simpson for McIlroy, now number 3 in the world. Busy week next week also as the defending champion of the PGA Championship. If you're world number 1, 2, or 3, anywhere in the top 10, you're going to have busy weeks anyway. He comes in as one of the top draws and a man that everybody wants to talk to. Strikingly different golf course at Oak Hill than the one he won on last year at Kiowa Island, although not different, that much different at Oak Hill than here. Somewhere over there on the left, where both Snedeker and McIlroy were, is Phil Mickelson. They could see Bones there with a bag on his shoulder. Not surprisingly, finds a hole in the trees skyward. And just barely off the right edge of the putting surface. He sees holes that other players don't.
Magician. What will Phil do next?
Yeah. What he thought he was doing.
You hear one of the spectators was amazed that Phil aimed it there. The Nikon Callaway rangefinder tells us Justin Rose only has 150 yards, but he's missed the fairway right.
Well, not only does he see holes that we don't see, then he has the courage to actually try to hit it through that hole.
And then the ability to hit it through said hole.
Sometimes doesn't tell his caddy where he's actually attempting to hit it. Rose setting up, it would appear, to play a fade here. And caught some limbs, some leaves anyway.
Yeah, aiming for the old chop cut out of the heavy rough there, and it looked like it jumped on out. And I don't think he was expecting that tree limb to be in play, because it really popped out of that line. It came out a lot higher than it should have.
So Rose misses this green. And so does Mickelson, although Mickelson did it by just a little bit. There was a major championship on the line the last time these two tangled. Can anybody catch Webb Simpson? Phil Mickelson for birdie at the 18th. Now, it came from off the green, but we've learned with Phil, not to diminish our expectations, that one came out soft on him. Quite a bit of work left now for par.
Hit a great shot out of the trees there to get it to that situation.
Looked like he used putter. Third shot of Justin Rose a moment ago. All right. Rose, 4 back, and that to stay there.
People talk of Justin Rose ball striking prowess. He's a tremendous chipper of the ball too. Now Phil cleaning up for a par, and this for a first round of 2 over par 72.
Top 20 from 9 to 10 feet this year. He makes 52% of those. Tour players are generally 50% at 6 feet. And a nice par for Phil. His troubles seem to come from shorter distance than that.
Back in New Orleans, Justin was telling me that he lengthened his putter by a couple inches. You can see the yellow part of the grip just showing above his left hand. Felt it helped him to balance the face a little bit more, and he stayed with it. And apart from that, Miss obviously used it to good effect to record his first major championship, but an interesting little adjustment how he lengthened the shaft to help counterbalance the face.
Been a lot of guys experimenting with different length putters in the last 5 or 6 years. You see a lot of guys with these longer than standard grips to accommodate that. Counterbalancing has gone on for years and years on the PGA Tour, but it's gotten very popular lately.
Cleans it up there for bogey. It has, and I think with that longer grip, you get the counterbalancing, but it gives them options too. They can go down the grip a little bit more, then come up on it a little bit. So these guys are always tinkering, and I think he lengthens that out. If he wants to go to the shorter length, he can and not have to do much with the putter.
Rose drops the shot. Now 5 behind Webb Simpson after 1 round. Matt Kuchar, middle of the fairway at the 18th. The Nikon Callaway rangefinder says 155. And only went 145. Rough day for Kuchar, although he's made a couple birdies in his last 4 holes. Still 2 over. Now Day, Nikon Callaway rangefinder says 152.
I have to think that's just a nice clip with a 9-iron for Jason Day to this left hole location. And nicely done by the young man there. He'll have a good birdie look here on the final green.
Just behind the hole, 12 feet or so. Day also over par. Keep in mind, this is a no-cut event. All 73 players will get to play all 4 rounds if they choose. Hang around, watch the Hall of Fame game on Sunday.
There you go.
I've been told tickets for that game are not as easy to come by as some on the live-at team might have been hoping. We are accepting donations, however. Day becoming one of those guys. Top 3 finishes at a couple of major championships this year. He's starting to look at home at the top of these big leaderboards.
He is, and we were talking, he's got no weaknesses. I mean, he hits it long off the tee. He's a good iron player. He's good with his wedges, solid putter. It's just a matter of time before he breaks through.
Augusta National, that green jacket could look good with that dark black hair of his. He's got the game built for that golf course.
Kuchar's 3rd from the rough.
Yeah, I think Kuchar's ready for this day to be over. One of those days. We all have them. Doesn't matter what your skill set is, your scores, you're going to have those days.
Wonder what he's driving this week. Saw Matt in Phoenix a couple of years ago had rented some sort of a Kenworth conversion vehicle. It was like the front end of a tractor trailer that was made into a daily driver type vehicle. He was sitting 10 feet up in the air, had a big old smile on his face. Where do you rent something like that?
It's a very good question, Brian.
And can you park one of those at the Hall of Fame game?
And can we fit in the back?
Oh, without question you could fit in the back. You could drive. Jason Day just outside 12 feet. Longest putt he's made today was 13 feet. Back at the 8th hole.
Well, tough day for Jason as well. This will make dinner taste just a little bit better if you can get this one to go down.
It's been a tough read, though. The hole seems to be on an odd location where if you get it right, it goes right. If you get it left, it seems to want to stay there. Well, there it is, just hung on the left edge. It's been an odd read from that location over there. It's certainly been a challenging one for that final hole location for the boys.
He was 50-50 from that range today. 11th from 10 to 15 feet for the year. But a miss there for Jason Day. Now Kuchar scrambling at a rate of 60% for the week. 12th best scrambler on tour for the year, and this a scrambling attempt.
You can see him leaning the shaft into the lead forearm. There you go.
Cooch found a little mojo on the back nine, guys. Was 4 over par 311, then played his last 7 holes in 2 under for a opening round of 72.
Got a great attitude about things, though, doesn't he? Just after a tough day, still smiling, shaking hands.
And Day finishes it off. 74 for Jason. He was 4 over through 6 and finishes 4 over for the day. Well, just one group left. Both of those guys are within 2 of the lead. Can anybody catch Webb Simpson? We'll find out when we come back. Coming up this Saturday on CBS, PGA Tour 2013, Playing with a Purpose, presented by Barclays. A focus on some of the charitable efforts that are so much a part of the landscape out here on the PGA Tour. Graham McDowell and the GMAC Foundation, a partnership with the Crumlin Children's Hospital in Dublin, Ireland, as well as a close-up look at Brant Snedeker and Todd Anderson. And Todd's son, Tucker, who was involved in a car accident. All that and more coming up this Saturday at 1 p.m. Eastern on CBS. Well, ShotLink tells us that Keegan Bradley missed a short birdie putt at the 17th. Where does ShotLink get that information from? The folks at CDW are hard at work, and Amanda Balionis has more.
The numbers that are gathered week in and week out on the PGA Tour are so important to not only the media, but the fans. For instance, everyone wants to know how many greens in regulation did Phil Mickelson hit last week, or who had the longest drive on the PGA Tour, most likely Bubba Watson. All of that comes from this truck right here. ShotLink, powered by CDW, is the only place to get all of those numbers that go internationally. And we're about to take you inside all the action. So this is where all the magic happens, and joining me now is the ShotLink coordinator, Jason Larson. And Jason, this is such a huge process. We see these numbers go all around the world, but it seems like just a few people in here are getting the work done.
Yeah, more or less. We have about 14 members, staff members on site each week. This room right here is our central nervous system of ShotLink. It's basically where we make sure everything's running correctly.
I think the collaboration between CDW and the PGA Tour and the ShotLink team has been fantastic, and there's been all sorts of unanticipated benefits. So initially, ShotLink was really designed to be a system that captured data for historical purposes, but it's now being used by players to improve their game and really figure out where to focus when they're practicing. One of the things that CDW is doing now to ensure that that kind of continues is also augmenting the PGA Tour IT staff when necessary by using CDW professional services.
What's the first thing I should know about your area?
This is really the central nervous system here. This is the server rack. Inside this rack we have some IBM servers running a variety of ShotLink applications that do everything from just keeping track of the scores to doing all the math involved in the laser system. CDW wanted to make a big impact when they came in, and they did. We did basically a complete overhaul of the server area, which was the most important part of the truck. It takes a lot of processing power and a lot of networking power to pull this thing off every week.
CDW ensures the 256,000 pieces of data collected each week gets uploaded in real time, all collected with handheld devices and laser rangefinders.
This is one of our fairway lasers that we have set up at every landing area in the fairway. And what happens is a group is displayed on the GPS unit here. Once that group, a player from that group hits on the tee, a walking score hits shot hit on their device, and in turn that sends a message to our laser operator. And at that point, the laser operator will actually shoot this laser. If they get the ball in the crosshair, they'll actually shoot the rangefinder at the ball. They hit enter, and it's sent to our truck in seconds where they will validate it.
Providing fast and accurate data around the world for the over 1.3 million shots hit each year on the PGA Tour is no small task. A team of producers validate every shot, finding solutions for every hurdle along the way.
One of the examples that I would be looking at during the week is this is Sergio Garcia on 10. The walking score has said that he hit it, his drive in the fairway, but our laser operators came up with it in the bunker. So my job is to find out which piece of information is correct. I can call the walking score on the radio or the laser operator and find out a grid coordinate, which is just they're looking at a map that's printed, and we can verify it, to make sure the laser was accurate.
This amazing technology is nothing new for the PGA Tour team. They've been teamed up with CDW since 2008, finding solutions to every problem along the way and delivering a quality product incredibly fast thanks to CDW technology.
Over the course of the last several years, we've been able to improve the fan experience by delivering data more quickly to both broadcasters, the website, PGAtour.com, and the world, really.
According to the Nikon Callaway rangefinder, Luke Donald with 182 yards. Fairway bunker here at 18.
Just a layup there. A little wedge shot in for his third. Trying to save par here on the 18th.
And that leaves Keegan Bradley, who has hit it down the left-hand side. Nikon Callaway rangefinder says 146 yards, but this one may have to have some left-hand turn in it. He may be far enough back from the corner that he could hit it over some of these trees.
Should be a problem for Keegan. It's down on it hard. Gonna throw it out to the right, turn it back to the left.
A chance for Keegan to move within one of the lead with that putt. Second in greens in regulation for the week. And he hits another one at the 18th. Keegan Bradley has made 11 of 229 from this range this year. And the birdie putt at 18 misses on the high side. That is a surprising number, an encouraging number for the rest of us as we see his reaction. A little less speed, maybe that had a chance.
Yep, I think he had it on the right line. Just carrying a little too much speed. 4 birdies today, no bogeys. You're looking to clean that up for a very solid round of golf today, 66.
Good day for Bradley, and just another round in the 60s for him around the Firestone South course. I know we've talked about it, but he's been very, very sharp around here.
Almost as good as Henrik Stenson and Webb Simpson, the only guys that had better rounds today. Yep. Now Luke Donald, this is for par.
Perfect setup.
Well, he will drop a shot. 3 bogeys on the day. They all came on the back 9. Still a 67 for Luke. 3 shots back. Now Bradley with a little bit of a miscue on the speed there on the birdie putt. Has not 3-putted yet today. 17 of 20 inside 10 feet for this round. Four under par, 66 for the defending champion. Same number as Tiger. And just 2 shots off the lead.
Yeah, he's got to feel good about that. 4 birdies, no bogeys. Very, very solid start for the defending champion.
Simpson with a couple of bogeys on his card, or the round could have been better. 64, one better than Stenson. Great start for Henrik. Birdie eagle through his first 2 holes. Finishes at 5 under, and Tiger in position again with a 66 at a place that he has won 7 times previous. Solid rounds from Ryan Moore and Chris Wood. It's a star-studded leaderboard at the Bridgestone Invitational. Well, it was a fun day of live-at coverage. Showing the par 5 second. It was the easiest hole in the course. We saw a good mix there. Saw a little of par 3 15th and some at the 18th as well. We're back at it again tomorrow morning to see another variety of shots. Will we see a big name at the top when the day is over with? Perhaps a major champion? Or somebody else? Who knows? We'll be back with you again 9 a.m. Eastern Time right here on PGATour.com. For Mark Immelman, Travis Fulton, and all the hardworking men and women of Live At, I'm Brian Katrek. Join us Friday at 9 a.m. for second round coverage of the Bridgestone Invitation.